Call this meeting to order. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:40? 9:30?
9:34.
9:34, okay, thank you. You may join today's meeting in person via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. President Hope, could you please proceed with the roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Student Trustee Robles.
Here.
Trustee Pettis. Trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
I believe she's on the way.
Trustee Stefan.
Present.
Thank you.
If we can have the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Perez, would you mind lead us in the pledge today?
Sure.
Thank you.
Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Perez. The board meeting agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for September 20th, 2024? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved as amended. Public comments. Requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 17.01 of today's agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to address the board?
I have not received any public comments for today's meeting, Trustee Stefan.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move on to public updates. New employee appointments. President Hope, please help us introduce our newest employee appointments.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. It's my pleasure to introduce a number of people who've been hired since the last board meeting. And I want to make sure that those folks stand to be recognized and welcomed formally to the college team, whether you're a current employee who's changing positions or you're new to us. We want to make sure that we recognize you. So Alondra Aceves, Justine Demara, Irma Donato, Dario Guareguir, Maria Macias, Nancy Romero, Eliza Yee, Tyler Carlisle, David Montoya, Michelle French. Yay, Michelle. And Felipe Robles. So we want to welcome all these great folks to our team. And even though budgets are tight, we're still hiring for critical positions. All of these are essential for us to continue organizationally and have a safe and sustainable learning environment. So thank you, Trustee Steph.
Thank you, President Hope, and congratulations and welcome to our newest employees. We welcome you to our COD family. And I'm going to welcome my vice chair, Trustee Gonzalez. At this time, we have a proclamation, the National Hispanic Heritage Month. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Yes, at this time, I'd like to ask Vice President Martinez Garcia to make the introduction of our reader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Hope, I'm excited to call forward today and introduce to you Amanda Phillips, who will introduce our speaker. Amanda has been a long-standing counselor dean for us. She was what I would call the Swiss Army knives of deans and student services, and we really appreciate all her efforts.
Thank you. As you know, we have a partnership to offer the Gents Alliance program here at College of the Desert. And today I'd like to introduce first Ricardo Ramirez. He has selected one of our Gents to read for us. So Ricardo, will you come and introduce a student?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Ricardo Ramirez, and I am one of the Gents Alliance counselors at the college. Joining me this morning is my colleague Ernie Rios, Jose Chicas, and Brian Bustamante, one of our scholars and students. On behalf of the Gents Alliance program at the College of the Desert, we are honored to present the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation this morning. The goal of the Gents Alliance program is to increase college completion rates among Hispanic male students. Presenting the proclamation this morning on behalf of our students is Brian Bustamante. Brian is pursuing an associate's degree in computer information science and plans to transfer to Cal State San Bernardino. In addition, Brian is a 2018 National K-1 champion and received a special recognition award from the CVUSD district. His aspirations include pursuing a career in government and in government contracting as a network analyst and engineering. I would like to welcome Brian. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Whereas Americans of Hispanic heritage have a sophisticated ancestry which dates back thousands of years, exploring and settling in our country before the War of Independence, and whereas they brought with them a deep commitment to family and community, a strong work ethic, and an unwavering belief in the American dream, and whereas in a nation that derives so much strength from cultures and races, Hispanic Americans are a thriving force in our society and a vital part of our economy. And whereas, let us reflect on the countless ways in which Hispanics have contributed to our nation's success, and let us reaffirm our commitment to expanding opportunity and building an ever brighter future for all. Let us embrace the diversity that strengthens us. And whereas College of the Desert is a proud Hispanic serving institution and a member of the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students take this opportunity to honor Hispanics for their many valuable contributions to this great land. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District are pleased to recognize September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading that, Brian, and thank you to Vice President Martinez for the introduction of Dean Amanda Phillips, and thank you, Dean Phillips, and also Ricardo. So at this time, I do want to make note that Trustee Oden has arrived so that it is in the record. Okay. Okay, the next is Proclamation of Transfer Month. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Yes, again, I'd like to turn to Vice President Martinez Garcia to make the introduction of our readers for the Transfer Month proclamation.
Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Scott Cooper, as he is known around this campus, Transfer Man. We have our own superhero before you today. So Scott, would you please come forward?
Good morning, my favorite administrators, board members, esteemed colleagues, and guests. The Transfer Center is gearing up to begin our fall 2025 transfer application season. And I thank you for allowing this time to put this in the forefront of everyone's mind today. It truly takes an entire college to transfer a student. So helping me read this proclamation will be Jessica Belman, who is our Transfer Center Specialist. She is also a current COD student in the business major. Also joining me is Diana Gutierrez and Felipe Saldivar, who are current students in the TRIO DSPS program and plan to transfer next year.
Good morning. Whereas transfer to a four-year university is one of the primary roles of the community college system as outlined in the California Master's Educational Plan and reaffirmed in California Promise Program, and
whereas the social and community impact of obtaining a bachelor degree improves financial stability, health, and increased taxes, revenues, helping our nation, state, and local communities. And
whereas College of the Desert is one of the California community colleges striving to achieve the state's goals and is a primary community college serving the entire Coachella Valley. And whereas College of the Desert has had the largest graduating and transfer-ready classes in our history for the last 5 consecutive years, and
whereas College of the Desert has dedicated fiscal and personnel resources to actively grow our transfer population and streamline degree pathways for students, and whereas October begins the application cycle to the California State System, the University of California System, our largest transfer partner institutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that October be proclaimed Transfer Month at College of the Desert. Thank you.
Special thank you to President Hope for the introduction of that, and Vice President Martinez Garcia, and Scott Cooper, our transfer man, and Jessica Bellman, Diana Gutierrez, and Felipe Saldivar. I hope I got that right. And now we'll move on to proclamation, or number 4.04 in the agenda, which is proclamation for National Disabilities Employment Awareness Month. President Hope, would you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Well, at the risk of being repetitive, I'm going to turn to Vice President Martinez Garcia for the introduction of our speakers, Leslie Quinones and her student.
Thank you so much for that. And in continuing with the theme of superheroes on campus, I'd like to introduce to you Leslie Quinones, our Director of Disabled Student Programs and Services. Leslie and her staff work tirelessly to ensure that students with disabilities are given the proper accommodations and are supported throughout their entire time with us. Leslie, would you please come forward?
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, President Hope, Executive Cabinet, and guests. Today, I have the honor of introducing the reader of the National Disabilities Employment Awareness Month proclamation for Desert Community College District, Mr. Alexander Ivy. Alexander is double majoring in business administration and computer science and will be transferring to CSUSB. He is currently a student worker that is looking forward to building a career here at College of the Desert.
And good morning, everyone. Whereas in 1991, President Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act to promote and protect the rights of American citizens with disabilities, establishing a national mandate to end discrimination. And whereas this civil rights law applies to the 61 million Americans with disabilities, comprising the largest single minority group in the United States, and whereas eligibility to the group as disabled is inclusive and transcends issues of race, ethnicity, age, gender, and economic status, all are eligible. And whereas contributions made to society, civilization, and the whole of human experience by individuals with disabilities should be acknowledged and celebrated for the benefit and the betterment of all. And whereas the purpose of National Disabilities Awareness Month is the enlightenment of all Americans to the abilities of the individual and the inclusions of the needs of all its citizens in issues of equity, access, education, and employment. And be it further resolved that Desert Community College District declares and affirms the month of October as National Disabilities Awareness Month and celebrates the lives and contributions made by individuals with disabilities to promote enlightenment of individual abilities. Thank you.
And thank you again, Director Leslie Quinones and Mr. Alexander Ivy. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll have approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of August 16th, 2024? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. Reports. There is a 5-minute timer for all reports. Associated Students of College of the Desert, ASCOT. It says there's no report. I just wanted, oh, there is a report. Thank you.
Kaden Olson is here.
We'll let you.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. We started off the school year by appointing 4 new members to our Senate. We're currently still working on filling another 6 positions to make our board the best we can possibly do. We then hosted an event in the Indio campus to celebrate the new campus that is over there, where we gave students stationery items and snacks alike. As for what we have coming up, we have Club Rush next week during the Accreditation Wednesday, Thursday from 11 to 2 p.m., where we're going to show all the students across campus the wonderful clubs and opportunities that we have across the CSEA campus. And then various members of our board will be attending a conference from October 10th to the 13th to learn more about how to be student leaders. It is called the California Community Colleges Student Affairs Association Conference. It'll be hosted in LA. That's all.
Thank you so much for that report. College of the Desert Foundation, Catherine Abbott is the COD Foundation Executive Director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I reported in July that Stepping Out for College of the Desert has a new date and actually a brand new format. On January 16th, 2025, the event's format will no longer be an entertainer. Instead, we will be debuting a gala with the theme Stepping Out for COD, Citizens of Distinction. The evening will include a silent and live auction, as well as a paddle race. Entertainment will be provided by the Elite Show Band, and 2 individuals or organizations will be awarded for their dedication and/or service and investment in students at College of the Desert. The first will be a President's Award. The honorees will be selected by the superintendent president, and I know this meeting has already happened, but it's still a secret, okay? The chair of the Board of Trustees and the chair of the Foundation Board of Directors. The second honoree, the Alumni Hall of Fame, will be selected by the Stepping Out Committee. This is a tradition that we want to bring back to the college and recognize those graduates who have made a significant contribution, either personally or professionally, in the Coachella Valley. We are also bringing in the Alumni Association to help us with this award. In addition, we are also adding a student essay competition. We'll be releasing information to students to write their best story about how College of the Desert has impacted them. Winners will receive scholarships and will be invited to attend the event. We want to thank our generous sponsors, the Green Family Foundation, and Jordan Schnitzer and the Harold and Arlene Care Foundation for their ongoing and amazing support. So we are pleased to inform you that we recently received another year of funding from the Richard Brooke Foundation in the amount of $225,000. Funds will be used to support free tuition and books for students enrolled in the Pledge program. Since 2018, Richard Brooke has consistently awarded pledge amounts ranging from $75,000 in the inaugural year to $200,000. This year was the first time we received a generous increase of $25,000. In total, College of the Desert received $1,175,000. With this next award, the total will be brought to $1.4 million. I want to thank Pledge Director Katie Chartier and Dean Amanda Phillips for always joining me when we speak to Melinda Drickey. Their knowledge, expertise, and dedication to the program always shines in our meetings with her, and I'm convinced this is why Melinda agreed to increase the amount for the 24-25 fiscal year. On October 2nd, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the foundation will, for the first time, support the Career and Workforce Solutions Center, Career, with a newly added internship fair. Together, we are reaching out to employers and asking them to provide relevant experience internships for College of the Desert students, which could ultimately lead to jobs. The foundation will be providing students with internship scholarships as an incentive to pursue these exciting opportunities from local employers around the Valley. We anticipate up to 40 employers in attendance who will on the spot meet, interview, and possibly hire students that are interested in helping gain experience or even launch a career. I want to thank Job Developer and Placement Coordinator Michelle Mendoza, Manager Regional Employer Engagement Craig Donahue, and Project Director Career Technical Education Prudence Chase for mobilizing quickly to pull off this important event in a short amount of time. They are all great assets to College of the Desert. We hope that you will all consider attending the event to say hello to our employers and greet students who are excited to enhance their college experience. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much for that report. California School Employees Association, CSEA, Omar Fimbres.
So Omar is not here today, Madam Chair Stefan, but we have Carlene Hart, which is CSEA's Communications Officer, who would like to read the report.
Okay, welcome, Carlene.
Good morning. I brought with me a couple of our members. We have Dan Mason, he serves with me on the Safety Committee, and I have Job Gonzalez, who, like me, is a building captain. Good morning, Interim President, Superintendent Hope, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. Today, I want to remind you that September is National Disaster Preparedness Month. As president of CSEA Chapter 407, I am aware that the majority of COD building captains are CSEA members who volunteer their time to assist with any emergencies that may arise on campus. Last month, Public Safety conducted training sessions in Palm Desert and Indio, where members learned how to manage emergencies until help arrives and how to use a fire extinguisher. Those who attended requested additional training in CPR and AED. We sincerely hope that the board will support their request as we see our members stepping up daily to assist those who are injured or need medical help. Classified staff recently participated in Welcome Day and our semi-annual welcome tents. Our members worked alongside leadership to support students. It was wonderful to see the students on campus, eager to find their classes and learn about the services available to them. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez, for addressing our concerns last month. In response to your recent inquiry, CSEA has gathered some information following last month's meeting. We found that 78 out of 131 classified job descriptions within the district include outreach activities. However, CSEA believes that fewer than 20 of those job descriptions are actively utilized for outreach. Almost every department in the district has a classified employee with outreach duties in their job description, though many of those roles are not in administrative services. Enhancing the utilization of these resources could significantly benefit our events. The issue with door locks and fobs remains unresolved and needs urgent attention. Staff are still unable to obtain new fobs. Public safety is scrambling to open doors and unlock classrooms and restrooms before school starts. Locks that were recently repaired are malfunctioning, and some doors are left permanently locked or unlocked. This situation is causing considerable frustration. CSEA members in maintenance and operations are willing to assist, but have been denied the opportunity by the district. As we progress through the fall semester, we request your support in encouraging our members to continue learning and growing while they are here. Allowing our members to attend flex sessions was a great start. To further support their professional development, we encourage the college to offer more on-campus training opportunities, mindful of the cost associated with external workshops. Last but not least, we'd like to highlight that one of our CSEA members has become the new Director of Admissions and Records, Noelle McMillan. Although we are sad she's not a part of CSEA anymore, we are very excited to see her grow. This concludes Omar's report. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA. And I believe there's no report today.
Correct. We did not receive a report this month for CODA.
Okay, and then College of the Desert Faculty Association, we have Oceana Collins.
Hello, hello, good morning. You guys are watching me get old. Watching, exactly. Good morning, President, Superintendent Hope, trustees, and College of the Desert community. As we start another academic year here at COD, our faculty wants to acknowledge our hardworking students. We always say that the best part of our job is teaching and interacting with people who are here to learn and work towards their goals. Thank you, students, for giving our jobs meaning and purpose. CODFA has just concluded negotiations with the district. It was a tough negotiation cycle. Our negotiations team had to stay firm on maintaining our faculty's COLA and one no-cost healthcare option. We are glad to be done with the process and have come to an agreement with the district. Our hope is that moving forward, the district will explore other cost-saving measures without reducing compensation and health benefits. Our membership will be presented with a ratification vote, and we hope to have it on the board agenda next month. I want to thank the CODFA team, Leif Jordan, Veronica Doubt, Adam Gill, and Jenna Hunsinger for their hard work and dedication to the process. CODFA has a newly formed communications committee that will be reaching out to board members to discuss issues important to faculty and our community. With the upcoming board elections, we invite candidates to share their ideas about their vision for the future of COD with our faculty. CODFA continues to work with the district around working conditions in terms of employment related to dual enrollment. We are currently negotiating 2 MOUs around dual enrollment, one for general working conditions and one for a team teaching model. While the association recognizes the importance of dual enrollment in our community, we want to work with the district to create structure and processes that ensure our local high school students are getting the education they deserve. Faculty have valid concerns about the quality of dual enrollment instruction and the possibility that students may negatively impact their college GPA before they even graduate high school. We cannot sacrifice students' academic records in exchange for FTES. CODFA maintains that with strong coordination between the Academic Senate, the district, and the associations, we will be able to create a thoughtful and effective dual enrollment program here at COD. CODFA stands in solidarity with our adjunct colleagues in their negotiations for more equitable pay. Most of our faculty at COD are adjuncts, and they perform the same job for less compensation. Community colleges across the state are increasing pay and providing health care packages for their adjunct faculty. It's time that COD did the same. And as always, thank you for the opportunity to be able to communicate our gratitude to everyone who keeps this institution going. It's always a good reminder that we are all in this together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that report. Academic Senate.
So
Yes.
we do have Dr. Wild here to provide a report.
I was late turning my homework in.
That's all right.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
It's been 1 month. Good morning, Corbin. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. So I would really like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the extraordinary work being done by our curriculum committee as they address 2 major statewide initiatives, the Common Course Numbering and the California General Education Transfer Curriculum, or CalGETC. In case you haven't heard, Common Course Numbering is a statewide effort to standardize course numberings across all California community colleges in an effort to simplify the transfer process for students moving between institutions. CalGETC is a complete redesign of general education requirements to create a more seamless transfer pathway between community colleges, CSUs, and UCs. Both initiatives are critical for improving student mobility and success, but come with significant demands on our faculty and staff. I want to recognize the tremendous efforts and the amount of work required to align our curriculum with these new mandates. Faculty have been revisiting and revising courses with a renewed commitment to maintaining the quality of our academic programs, ensuring students receive the high caliber education they deserve while complying with these state requirements. This is not a one and done effort. We will not do this once. We will be doing it for several semesters, and it's a very iterative process. Faculty and staff will be participating in statewide focus groups, creating templated courses, revising curriculum, and rethinking requirements over the next several semesters to complete this work. Leading these efforts, John Learned, our curriculum committee chair, has done an exceptional job guiding faculty through the complexities of these changes. Our curriculum specialists, Roxanne Brazel and Cheryl Etter, have been invaluable. They work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every detail is handled with care and precision. Additionally, Jenna Huntsinger, our articulation officer, has been instrumental in leading the CalGETC efforts, ensuring our general education pathways remain aligned with transfer requirements while keeping student success at the forefront. Alongside them are the curriculum committee and curriculum tech review members. I have a cute little slide. There's a lot of them, so I didn't want to read all the names, but I wanted everyone to know them. Here they are. Who thoroughly review each and every course outline of record to ensure we are providing our students with exceptional educational experiences. The scale of this work cannot be overstated. It's a lot. But thanks to the dedication and collaboration of our faculty and staff, we are making significant progress. In fact, there was a turnaround of 10 days for our first 7 Common Course numbering courses recommended. It was huge. It was amazing. Their unwavering commitment to quality and student success is truly remarkable, and I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all those involved. When offered the opportunity, I encourage you as well to thank someone involved in curriculum, which is pretty much all faculty and staff at this point. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. The governing board now, student trustee Robles.
Good morning, fellow trustees, Madam Chair, President Hope, and members in the audience. This month has been going smoothly. I have established a schedule that works best in terms of attending online lectures and getting classwork done in an effective way. It has been wonderful to develop my skills digitally with the Adobe suite provided by the college. Thank you. As for ASCOD, we are establishing a tempo with more regular meetings and committee assignments mostly fulfilled. We have Club Rush coming up on September 25th and 26th, where students will be able to meet club leaders and sign up for extracurriculars. In a regional sense of government, I am finalizing a September newsletter that will highlight College of the Desert and our ASCOD president, Caden Olson. We will have our first delegate assembly over the weekend, and we'll be also having our executive meetings to end the month. The previous month, I was hired as a student worker at the Marks Art Center, where we wrapped up our digital design and programming showcase and have begun setting the room for our next opening reception on October 3rd, Thursday at 4 p.m. We at the Marks Center want to invite you all to our upcoming show titled Highway Hypnosis, curated by 3B Collective. The Collective is a group of Latino artists coming from El Salvador, Baja California, and Northern California. The show challenges preconceived notions of craft, the commodification of cultural goods, and hyper-individualism. Along with the exhibition, our students will be selling their artwork, food will be provided, and live music will set the atmosphere by Black Market Jazz. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not much of a report this month. It's been kind of slow for me, but just want to welcome everybody back and hope everybody's having a wonderful beginning of their fall semester. And hopefully everybody's enjoying the fall, cooler weather, because it's, according to my phone, it's supposed to get back into triple digits next week. So hopefully you enjoy that. That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden.
Thank you. I was able to attend 2 webinars this month and a Get Out the Vote rally. Everyone, don't forget we have an election coming up. Don't forget to vote. I made a presentation to the Desert Highland Unity Center on the 10th, and it was well attended. A lot of questions, so I am looking forward to the next presentation in November when we return. I also gave an update at the Cathedral City Council on Roadrunner Motors, and was able to dip in just briefly to the excellence through equity, because yesterday was such a busy day. It was the kickoff for my campaign, and I also attended happy hour with Hope. So and today we're here, so that's it for the Equity Through Excellence program. I am excited about the transfer month because, as I said, when I came on the board, I have skin in the game, and my granddaughter is transferring to UCR as well. So I'm thankful to Scott and to all of those who helped. I'm proud grandpa. And I'd like to say a special welcome under new employees to Felipe and the Disabilities Month proclamation. There's especially for young people who see themselves as invincible. But if you live long enough, you're going to be disabled in some capacity. So I think we should start developing an awareness that what we may be experiencing now, we might not always experience. So a sensitivity and an awareness is, I think, very important. So thank you for the services that you provide. And just a word on the contracts. I think it's really interesting to see how student-focused they are and the services that we provide for our students. So it was really good just to go through the list and to see them. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Oden. And if I could have Trustee Kinnaman now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, yesterday was very busy. I spent time with you at your event, and I was so pleased that you introduced your daughter to everybody that was there. And congratulations to her as she transfers. In addition, I was with President Hope in Palm Springs, where they rolled out a presentation and an update of the West Valley campus and its development. It was well attended and I think very informative, but more important, just making sure that there's a continued connection throughout the valley. I believe these meetings are very helpful in that regard. So thank you, President Hope. The news about enrollments being up, I'm sure everybody's pleased about that. And of course, I was visiting with Val a little bit about that. We really want to make sure that we can do everything to have our students be successful once they come to us, and that we retain them and we can carry them into the next semester, because really that's one of the critical pieces, is maintaining those individuals so that they can be successful and attain their goals. And again, your staff, President Hope, that have been involved in all these activities and scheduling all these sessions, especially as you kick off the fall semester, that's quite a bit to coordinate. I know there's a lot going on, so my appreciation to you as well. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Kinnaman. Trustee Gonzalez?
Good morning, everyone. I love to see all the chairs almost filled out there. It's nice to see all of your faces. I just want to appreciate staff and students that were present this morning and read the proclamations. You all did a fantastic job, and I love just hearing you and that energy that you bring. So I do want to thank you. And I know it's not easy sometimes to be in front of a board and speak. So you all did great. Other than that, I also have been, I really appreciate the Monday minute that you send out. I do read them. And I just love hearing everything that's going on, whether it be the enrollment numbers, whether it's the news from all the sports teams or whatnot. I will get out to a game as soon as I can. It's not for lack of not wanting to go, it's just schedules get a little crazy. But I really just love all the positive and everything that comes with all the messaging and just listening to all of you and how exciting. Love seeing the pictures on social media of the sports teams and the stories of students. So just excited to see what the future holds. And, you know, again, I know I think I did it last month, but I do want to wish everyone a fantastic upcoming here or present school year, and just hoping that all of you are successful in whatever your goals are. And I'm sure you're going to meet them all. And congratulations to all new staff members as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. For myself, this has been a very bizarre month. I've had a lot of private meetings with different groups. And I've also had some upsides and some downsides and things. But yesterday was one of those upsides. We had happy hour with Hope, and it's exactly what it is. Happy hour. It was an hour of happiness, sharing the highlights of some of the great things that we're doing over in the West Valley. And President Hope was there providing us with a lot of hope that she's been providing us with throughout her tenure here for her being the interim president. So I'm not going to elaborate on anything else at this point, and that will conclude my report. Oh, I do have one question, though. I was wondering, when we're going with the common course numbering, if there's anything on, and you can answer this at a later time maybe, somebody that might know, if we're doing anything about providing veterans with credits for the course, for what they have accomplished while they were in the service.
I know the answer, but I don't know. Okay.
Technically, we're not allowed to do that. I would love to hear that.
I believe it's okay for Corbin to provide an answer.
Anybody have any objection?
President Hope, if you want to just give Corbin a few seconds of your report time to
Sure, yes, absolutely.
Right now.
Yeah, Corbin, I'd like to call on Corbin as part of my report to answer
It's your report time.
I'll just take this. This would be great. So that's actually credit for prior learning, and we are working on that separately, but it is a different sort of avenue than common course numbering. Common course numbering is a state initiative. Credit for prior learning is as well, and we are working on making those more robust, especially for our veteran students who have earned the credits, but not necessarily with a community college, right, through their time in service.
Or any institution.
Sure,
is the
right.
problem. And then will they be transferable? Will that be something that?
Yeah, that would be part of it, yeah.
So the UC and the
Yeah, so when we
USCs
do-
will accept those as well?
When we do credit for prior learning, basically what we're saying is this experience is equivalent to the course, and if that course is transferable, then it transfers. If it's not transferable, then that's a different issue. Yeah. Good, feel better?
I feel better. Thank you so much. And now, President Hope, I'll let you give the rest of your report.
Sure, thank you so much. My report has a lot in it, so I hope the board will indulge me a little bit. Thank you, Felipe, for advertising the events at the Mark Center. We do have a couple of identifying collateral pieces for you to know what's happening there. Some exciting things that I hope we'll all be able to attend. Since our last meeting, as you know, classes have started. And it's been great to have so many students around campus. We've had a very successful flex session as well, so I want to thank Leif Jordan and the Professional Development Committee for organizing those. As Trustee Kinnaman mentioned, fill rates in classes are up. They're approximately 82%, and enrollments are looking significantly stronger above last year's rates, as has been reported. We've also seen concerted efforts to increase high school concurrent enrollment, so students can take high school classes while also taking college classes online, mostly. We're also talking to both Coachella Valley Unified and Desert Sands Unified about having all of their seniors or all of their freshmen apply to College of the Desert. So we're working hard on that because we want to introduce students to the idea that they are college students before they leave high school. The Indio campus also welcomes students through its very new doors, even though the paint was barely dry. Renovation efforts are currently underway as the design for the parking is also being coordinated with the city of Indio, and we'll have updates on that for the board in the future. Our nursing expansion was also realized as a result of a $2.9 million grant in funding from the Healthcare Roundtable, including Desert Regional, Desert Healthcare District, Eisenhower, and Tenet. That funding provided an additional 70 spots in the RN program. So we're very excited about that expansion. And I want to thank everybody on our team who made that possible, because renovations on a short timeline are very difficult. And our team did a fantastic job making classes possible for the fall. Speaking of healthcare, College of the Desert's Physical Therapy Assistant Program earned fully accredited status this month. Exactly. CAPTI is the name of their accreditor, and they are notoriously rigorous. And so we had to go through quite a few steps. Our program passed all of the requirements, and I got a letter from CAPD indicating how impressed they were with our facilities and with our faculty. So we're celebrating that. I attended a 2x2 meeting with trustees Stefan and Kinnaman at City of Palm Desert, in which we reviewed some of the upgrades to the Palm Desert campus, including the stadium project and science building renovations. Also attended the LVN pinning ceremony for 21 new vocational nurses on September 6th. We also celebrated or memorialized in a really lovely and respectful observance for 9/11 that was organized by Carrie Tate-Meyer from our Veterans Center. Our military partners, law enforcement, and fire leadership were also in attendance. We held it at the Public Safety Academy, and it was a really lovely and moving event. I also want to report to the board that the COD IT department, led by Stuart Davis, initiated an annual security review and penetration test with the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. Average scores for participating districts in the same tests run on average of 70 out of 111 points. COD scored 97.2% of those 111 points. And our overall performance was 120%. So we blew those tests away. IT has significantly improved the security of COD's protections against cyber attacks. There's always more to do, but I just want to acknowledge Stuart for his hard work in IT and the entire IT department for getting those kinds of results for the college. So we can clap for that one too. We are ready for our accreditation visit next week when the visiting team will be on campus, September 26th through 28th. They already have meetings scheduled, and we'll be reviewing our responses to core inquiries, and the board will hear more about that later on in today's session. The board, as Trustee Oden mentioned, is reviewing several workforce agreements on the consent agenda, including one from the Living Desert, one from the Imperial Irrigation District, and one from Palm Springs Life magazine. All of those agreements are intended to set students up with paid internships at $21 an hour. And the foundation is working with us to ensure that those students are paid and have a really robust learning experience. Catherine Abbott is taking the lead on this project, and I want to appreciate Trustee Stefan for giving us the direction to do more with work-based learning. So thank you, Trustee Stefan. And we'll also be providing more of that to, more information on that to the board as well. We also unveiled a new employee appreciation effort called the Roadrunner Spotlight. At least once a quarter, the executive team will select one or more employees for recognition and a gift card, as well as some embarrassing attention from the executive team and some balloons. The gift cards are a recognition that is being funded personally by the executive team. Our first two honorees were Cindy Alvarez for her work on the Welcome Day that brought 600 students to campus. And our second honoree was Daniel Ramirez Rodriguez from Maintenance and Operations at the Indio campus. We received an outpouring of accolades for Daniel for his professionalism, his positivity, and his commitment to safety and developing a beautiful environment at Indio. And we also got to meet his family at the celebration, which was great. So we want to make sure that the trustees are aware of the exceptional work that our employees do and how we're trying to recognize and celebrate that. I also, if I can, just briefly, during today's board meeting, the trustees are going to engage in the evaluation of the presidential search announcement as well as the job description. And I just wanted to clarify an important point on that subject. As some people in this room know, I've been wrestling with the decision about whether or not to apply for the permanent position. And in truth, I made a decision in June, but I've needed some time to come to terms with what my heart already knew. I deeply hope to make a home here, and I'm very appreciative of the executive team that I have. I have great affection for and pride for many of the faculty, staff, and administrators with whom I work. The overwhelming majority of the board has been unwaveringly supportive of me, and for that, I'm extremely grateful. I love this community. I love the leadership in this community, the foundation members, the generous donors, and most of all, our students. But I primarily came here to be helpful and support the achievement of students. And for my own peace of mind, as a result of the environment and conditions here at the college, I've determined that I will not be applying for the permanent presidency. It's been my honor to lead this college, and I'm committed to continuing until my contract concludes. But for the sake of the college and the search, I want to be abundantly clear that I do not intend to compete and maintain a permanent connection to the college. Because I value this college, I will gladly support the search process and will continue if needed in order to provide continuity until the search reaches a successful conclusion. I want to thank the trustees for the opportunity to contribute here. Know that for as long as I am here, I will give every day my fullest effort and my very best. And that's my report.
We're going to take a 2-minute recess here, okay?
Okay, we are back on live with IT.
At this time, we will reconvene the meeting. We'll move on to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Oh, wait, I have to pull one.
So do I. You beat me.
Okay, so I'll start with my fellow trustee, pulling.
Let me follow the instructions over here.
Yes, it's in your binder.
Yeah, Carlos is in here to save me today.
But Jake is.
Jake, good. 9.2, number 17, and 27.
17 and 27 only under 9.2, is that correct?
Yes, to be considered for separate consideration.
All righty. And anybody else have any before I get to mine? Okay, mine, I would like to pull 9.01, and I believe it is number 092024. That's the number that precedes the name of it.
A?
Did you find it?
Trustee Stefan, would you mind, for my knowledge, repeating the item that you would like to pull from the consent calendar?
It is, it says executive file attachment is 092024.
And that's under,
It's under 9.01.
You know which of those?
It is Keenan and Associates.
yeah, it's the purchase order, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I have that as purchase order PO 0073254.
PO 0.
So to clarify, if I could for the board, Chair Stefan, we have three items that have been removed from the consent calendar. Trustee Gonzalez removed what was item 9.2, number 17, which will now become the new 10.01. And Trustee Gonzalez also removed what was 9.2, number 27, which will now become 10.02. Irene, please feel free to correct me if I'm off base here. And then the third item would be the purchase order related to the self-insurance fund, risk management, human resources with Keenan and Associates, which is PO 073254, and that will become the new item 10.03.
Okay.
And so you can now, Chair Stefan, if those are the only items removed, can entertain a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, and then those three items will be considered separately.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I'll move that the remaining
Consent items are approved. All right. Thank you very much. And is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second. And there is no discussion. President Hope, could you please take the roll call vote, please?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis. Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll start the action agenda. We're going to start with the items that were pulled from consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Do I have a motion to approve item 10.01? This is formerly item 9.2, number 17.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Uh-oh. We have the person that pulled had left the building, as I say on one of the shows. We'll take a moment here. Okay. Well, I guess we can take I'm not going to sing because everybody'd leave the country. I'm that bad. So we'll take a 2-minute recess. And this time it will be 2 minutes.
Okay, IT is back on.
And we'll reconvene. And so we were in the middle of, we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the new 10.01, which was the former 9.2, number 17. Trustee Gonzalez, would you like to speak to that?
I just wanted an overview of what it is, just some more details.
Okay. This is the Public Trust Advisors. President Hope.
Yes, I'd like to call on Vice President Garcia to provide the background on this particular item, which supports our bond fund.
Yes, thank you, President Hope. So Public Trust Advisor is just a management group that helps us with our investments for all the bond funds that we issue and then we hold on hand.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions on this one or discussion? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote. President Hope? Thank you.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And the next one is item 10.02. This is the former 9.2, numbers 27. If I could have a motion to approve. Pull this one. Did you want to make the motion?
So moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve this item. So it's now open for discussion. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I actually need to abstain because it does have Coachella Valley Unified School District, who's my employer. I need to abstain from.
So we have one person that will be abstaining. Anybody want to speak to this item at all? Nope. Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote. President Hope.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis. Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Thank you.
One of you is.
Trustee Oden, not here. Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And for this next one, because I pulled it, and there's a reason why I pulled it, which will come out in discussion, I'm going to pass the gavel to my vice chair so that she can do item, you need a motion to approve 10.03.
You want me to? Okay. I have this. Be careful. I feel like Thor right now. So we need a motion to approve 10.01. Oh, 10.02? Or 10, okay, 10.03. There we go.
So moved, Madam Vice Chair. So moved.
Okay. I'll second, Chair.
I'll second.
Second, there you go. We have. Okay. Trustee Stefan?
Okay, I pulled it because I need to abstain from this one. They are the work comp carrier in my district, and I have had work comp injuries before. Okay, so now you can ask her to take the roll call.
President Hope, can you take the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
I think I'll abstain to be safe.
Trustee Stefan. Motion carries.
Here you are, Madam Chair. Here's your gavel back.
Okay, and that brings us down to the rest of the action items. If, that brings us to 11.01, approval of appointment, reappointment of members of the Systems Bond Oversight Committee. I apologize.
Yes, your microphone, please.
I'll start again on that part. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. That brings us to 11.01, approval of appointment, reappointment of members of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. The district posted 4 vacancies, issued a press release through the Public Information Office, and advertised opportunity to apply in the Desert Sun. Despite these efforts, no new applicants were received for the community positions aside from requests for reappointment. The district requests that the board make the following appointments to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Appoint Christopher Martinez as a student representative for a 1-year term. Reappoint James Diedrich as the Senior Citizens Organization representative for a second 2-year term. Reappoint Rick Seeley as the Bonafide Taxpayers Association representative for a second 2-year term. And reappoint Diane M. Rubin as the Community College Support Organization representative for a third 2-year term. Do I have a motion to approve item 11.01 as presented?
So moved.
So I'll take, I heard Trustee Perez first, so I'll take him
Second.
as the maker of the motion, and I believe it was Dr. Kinnaman as the second person, so I will take that as the second. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, just want to thank, our representatives for, taking the time out of their busy schedules to do this important work. It's a volunteer position. They don't get paid to do this, so really just want to acknowledge the fact that they're, taking the time to do this and thank them and commend them for all the great work. I think every single time we've had an audit, it's come back clean. So that just goes to show the great work that we're doing here in the district as it relates to the bond and the great oversight that the Bond Oversight Committee is actually doing. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And if we could have a roll call vote, President Hope, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
And abstain from this one.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us to 11.02, Superintendent President Position Announcement. The IT didn't pull it up. At a special meeting, this should be IT will pull up item 11.02.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. At a special meeting on June 20th, 2024, the Board of Trustees selected AGB Search LLC, AGB, to provide executive search and recruitment services and directed district staff to work with AGB as appropriate to begin the recruitment process for the district's next superintendent president. At its regular meeting on August 16th, 2024, the Board of Trustees approved a timeline for the district's permanent superintendent president search and selection process. Consistent with the approved recruitment timeline, AGB opened a listening session survey link the week of August 24th, 2024, and held listening sessions on September 4th and September 5th with various campus community stakeholders groups. At the conclusion of the listening sessions, AGB compiled feedback from the listening sessions and the community survey related to the permanent superintendent president position, including anticipated opportunities and challenges the selected superintendent president will encounter, and desired leadership attributes in a superintendent president in coordination with AGB. District staff created a proposed leadership profile, job announcement based on position information and the feedback from the district community. The proposed leadership profile job announcement is attached for the board's review, discussion, and approval. At this time, edits or revisions have not been requested by the board to the current superintendent president job description. Consistent with the approved recruitment timeline, the district superintendent president search will be launched the week of September 23rd. Do I have a motion to approve item 11.02 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes,
the presentation was like incredibly well done. The graphics are beautiful, and whatever team was responsible for this, I feel like they did an excellent job.
Anyone else have anything? I agree, it was extremely well done. Looks very, very professional. If there's no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. President Hope, will you please lead that vote?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. At this time, we'll move into action item 12, starting with 12.01, public employee appointment. Before we take action on this item, President Hope, could you please provide some context for these following approval item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. The board will be taking action on 2 employment agreements. One, appointing Director Walt Meyer to the permanent position. I believe he's present, so we could thank Walt. The other appointment is additional duties being added to already our interim public information officer, Nicholas Robles. He has taken on the responsibility of dual enrollment for the college. And as we look toward growth efforts in that area, he is leading a team which includes Jessica Enders, Dr. Jessica Enders, who's also here today, Armando Robles, Boo, who left me.
Left us.
He left us, that's right. We're also identifying some faculty leads and part-time counselors who will also be supporting that team. And I want to thank Nicholas for taking on those additional responsibilities, and he's doing a terrific job.
Yeah, proud of it.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve these items?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I see none. Roll call vote. President Hope?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Abstain.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, that brings us to 12.02, the 2022-2023 Equal Employment Opportunity Annual Certification Form. Districts are required to report on the EEO-related activities annually to qualify for EEO funding allocated by the legislature. This form integrates all the elements specified in Section 53024.2 into one document, thereby replacing the former EEO Fund District Expenditure Report and multiple method allocation certification forms. Do I have a motion to approve 12.02 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, President Hope?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And now we're down to 13, Administrative Services. 13.01, Public Hearing and Adoption of the Fiscal Year 2024-2025 Final Budget. Before the public hearing and action on this item, I'd like to ask President Hope to provide some context.
Thank you so much, Chair Stefan. We've been talking quite a bit with the trustees about our current budget conditions. And today, Vice President Garcia and Diana Guijarro will be presenting to the board about the adopted budget. And so I'd like to thank them both for their presentation today.
Okay, thank you, President Hope, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees. Today, Diana and I were going to be presenting the proposed budget for College of the Desert. We're going to be really doing a very high-level overview of the state budget, the community college budget overview, as well as our proposed budget, some of the budget risks that we have, and some of the future considerations that we have to think about. So overall state budget, as we know, the economy continues to experience deficits across the state. Currently, there's a multi-year deficit of $75 billion in the state, $45 billion for this current year, and an estimated $30 billion for next year. Some of the factors for this is unemployment rates for California are at 5.2%, which is about a little bit over 1% over the nationwide average, slowing in the housing market, and also the volatility of the stock market. The overlook over the state budget is they've reduced about 4.2%, which is about close to $13 billion from the total budget, and then about $14.5 billion from the general state budget. So some of the things that the governor has already done is some early actions that have reduced the deficit by about $17.3 billion. Will still needs to address about $26.7 billion. Some of those actions are reductions in primarily one-time funds, state reserve withdrawals, borrowing, deferrals, which we'll speak about later, shifts in costs from the state general fund to other funds, as well as deferrals of increases to the UCs and the Cal States, and close to $500 million. So California budgets, so what does that mean to us? So the governor passed a budget that focuses on stability. There was no major reductions to programs or services for now. Again, as I spoke to you guys before in previous board meetings, it is an election year, so that's what we were expecting. What we are going to expect after the elections, we quite sure don't know. We've seen mid-year cuts in the past, so we'll be looking out for those kind of things. Some of the things that they did was pull from the reserves and operational savings. Some of the things that we see in the California community college budgets is a slight increase in the overall budget, about 4.4%, a slight increase to the general fund, about 4.7%. There is a cost of living adjustment into the funding formula of 1.07%, and there are also cost of living adjustments for certain categoricals. There's many categoricals, but these are the only ones that actually get COLA, which is EOPS, DSPS, CalWORKS, adult ed programs, care, apprenticeship, and then child care tax bailout. All the other categorical programs have to really figure out how to live within their means as expenses increases like salaries and supplies. There is a 0.5% growth cap, meaning that if we are growing, we would only be funded for 0.5%. Currently, we're not there yet, and then I'll go over that in some of the future slides. Some of the one-time investments that the state has put together is $60 million for expansion of nursing and program capacity, $5 million for the pathway for low-income workers demonstration projects, $12 million for the expansion of e-transcripts for California, $20 million of financial aid assistance related to FAFSA delays, $6 million for mapping pathways of credit for prior learning, which we heard Corbin talk about earlier, and then $29 million for capital outlay for Prop 51 projects, which are the projects that community colleges submit for proposals in order to be funded, a portion of their construction to be funded. So for instance, one of the projects we have on this campus is our science building. That one is currently being funded 50% from the state and 50% from our bond funds. One of the things I want you to focus on here is the first two items. Originally, when the budget came out, these were being funded out of general fund. Now they're being funded as strong workforce development. So that's some of the shifting that the state's been doing. So what they did is they took away $65 million of strong workforce development that were earmarked for that, and now they're funding these two specific things. Deferrals. So they have incorporated deferrals. There was deferrals last year of $446 million, and currently $243 million for this current year. What does that mean? What it means is what funds that we were expecting in currently last year and currently in this year we won't receive to the following year. So the biggest effect to that is cash flow. So that's one of the things that when I'm speaking to you guys on a monthly basis, and we talk about reserves, this is one of the key reasons why we need to have healthy reserves. Because when you're expecting, for instance, $4 million in a specific month in apportionment, and now they deferred it to the following year, we have to still continue to pay payroll and all our expenses. And that's payroll alone in this district is close to $7 million a month. So those are things that we need to map out and do cash flows to make sure that that we have enough funds and fund balance to be able to cover this until we actually get the funds. Other things that they've been doing is clawbacks and unspent funds. As I mentioned before, last year they pulled back deferred maintenance and instructional equipment funds. In the half of those funds were pulled back. College of the Desert, that was about a little bit over $5 million. At that point in time, they didn't even look if they were unspent or not. They just pulled them back. If you had spent them, it was too bad for the district, and then they had to figure out how to pay them back. Luckily, this time around, they're looking for unspent funds using the NOVA system. So they had identified $18.8 million for strong workforce development from 2021 and $21.3 million from 2022 Student Success Completion Grant. Unfortunately, when they actually went and confirmed these, there was only about $855,000 left of that 18.8 they were looking for, and a little bit more actually in Student Success and Completion Grant that they thought they had. So what does that mean? That means now they have to figure out where they're going to pull that other $18 million. So they're going to continue to look at other funds like COVID block grant, enrollment and re-engagement funds, other strong force development funds from other years. So, that is a constant thing that we're going to be working with the Chancellor's office because they're constantly surveying all the districts across California to see how much funds we have left and how we're spending them. So what does that mean for College of the Desert and our proposed budget? So, earlier we talked about volatility. So for last year at P1, and P1, P2 just means period 1, period 2 at a certain time. At P1, there was a deficit of 3.55%, which meant for College of the Desert, $3.29 million. A couple months later, when P2 came out, that deficit increased to 8.74%. That's $8.1 million for College of the Desert. So that means that, and deficits are not like deferrals. Deficit means, I'm sorry, we don't have the funds, we will not be giving them to you. So now the budget that we put together last year, assuming this revenue, now potentially, as of today, about $8.1 million of those funds that we thought we were going to be receiving, we will not be receiving. So we have to figure out, how do we usually, a number that big normally means we have to use some of our fund balance to cover that. Some of the reasons for that is funding shortfall in EPA, and EPA is our Educational Protection Act that was passed back in 2013, and it was actually renewed in 2016 where they increased sales tax and income tax. That EPA will sunset in 2030, so unless they extend it again, that's another thing we have to consider. College of the Desert actually gets about $8 million of EPA funding every year. So that shortfall is one of the reasons why there is that deficit. The Chancellor's office is looking to use certain funds, one-time funds, to backfill that shortfall. One of those is the Public System Stabilization Account. They're going to be using about $545 million of that. So we're expecting that number, when it's finalized sometime in January and February for 2024-25, is going to be closer to 2.5%, which is about $2.3 million. And when we closed the books last year, we booked that deficit. So if it materializes, we've already recognized it in our fund balance. If it doesn't, if it's lower, great for us. That means we'll get more funding. If it's actually larger, which we don't expect to be, then we'll have to figure out how to account for that deficit. So some of the assumptions that we're using for the current year budget is the 1.07% COLA. We are anticipating a 4.7% growth restoration. The reason I put growth restoration because it's two different things. So growth is technically growing above wherever you have been. So currently, we are not at the same level that we were in 2021. So basically, until we get to that level, dollar-wise, it is really called restoration, not growth. The difference between the two is we could actually restore quicker than we could if it was growth. There is no cap for restoration like there is for growth. So if we were to grow the entire difference that we're short in a year or two, they would actually fund this. And then once we get to that level, anything above that, then we'll start considering to be growth. And then that's when we have that limitation of that 0.5% for now. And it's been a 0.5%, I'll be honest with you, for, God, probably 7-8 years. It's been quite a while since there's been any larger growth cap than a 0.5%. Maybe there was a 1% in 1 year, but it's been that small for a long, long time. Some of the other things that we consider and assume in our budget is step and column increases, which usually are between 3% and 5%. We have increase in PERS, about 0.37%. There's no change in STIRS, and it remains at 19.1%. But you can see there between PERS and STIRS, we're talking about more than 50%. So that's a pretty big number. Currently, we have suspended contributions to our post-employment benefit plan. Last year, there was about $1 million budgeted there. We've also temporarily suspended contributions to our capital outlay, our deferred maintenance fund. Last year, there was close to $600,000, and there is no deferred maintenance funding for this year in the state as well. So basically, we have to just figure out how to pay for all our deferred maintenance on our own. And we've suspended, we currently have not budgeted, we've eliminated any ongoing contingencies. Last year, we had about $3.8 million. So what does that mean? That means that every single dollar that we think we're going to receive, we have earmarked and we have already disseminated it across all the sites. So our budget is being based on what our projection for last year was. So currently, we have not finalized that number. Our projection for 2023-24 FTS-wise is 9,488. So based on those numbers, we've incorporated that 4.7% growth, which leads us to 9,900 for 24-25, and a 2% growth for 25-26 of just a little bit over 10,000 FTS. As you can see here, here's the 4 different categories. Actually, there's another category that's not in there as formerly incarcerated FTS. We will have some in there. Currently, we don't, so I did not put that in my presentation here. But where we're going to be able to potentially grow and grow quick will be the 3 items, the last 3 items: non-credit, CDCP, which is a career development, college preparation, and the CCAP, which is a college and career access pathway where there's dual enrollment, special admin credit. The first item there you see with credit, that is weighted on a 3-year average. So even if we were to grow significantly in credit, we're still limited to a 3-year average. And as we know, 3 years ago, the number that they're holding credit for us, which was a special number that they froze, is a lot higher than we're currently generating now. So it's just, so we know that even if we grow to 9,900 FTS, that 3-year average is still going to come down because that 3rd year was well above 10,000 FTS. But so what we're looking at to grow is that CCAP line item through dual enrollment. So that's where you see the growth. You see from 462 to 912. So we're planning to grow about 450 FTS in that item, and then about 200 FTS in that line item as well. And currently, we're tracking the fall 2024 semester, and we're roughly about, again, we're not done at this point in time, about 4.4% restoration growth. So it's fairly close to what we're projecting here of 4.7%. And that's for the year. So currently for the fall semester, that's where we're projecting. Laura?
Yeah, just very quickly, as long as Vice President Garcia is talking about this particular slide, I want the board to know that we've been very conservative in our assumptions here. And we're doing that on purpose because we estimate that we're really going to need to grow more than this in order to sustain Palm Springs and Roadrunner Motors. But we want to be conservative and realistic. And so you can see the scaffolded growth that we have planned in CCAP or in dual enrollment. We have already achieved a significant growth over last year in CCAP. And so we want to continue that trajectory by building out, more personnel dedicated to it and more structural coordination between the college and the K-12 districts. I believe we will be able to hit the 25-26 target next year. And then we can always revise. But I just want the board to know that we are not providing you with a picture that is overly optimistic. This is very pragmatic and very conservative.
And one of the key things is that at the end of 25-26, we need to hit that 10,000 mark district-wide in order to keep our middle college status, which gives us about a $2.2 million revenue number. So if we were to fall below 10,000, we would be considered a small college, which would reduce our funding about $2.2 million. So that's, and obviously that number changes every year with COLA, but at this point in time, that's what that number is. So with that, some of the other assumptions that we're looking at for the future years, and these cost of living adjustments, we take them from the school service dartboard. So we have for 25-26, a 2.93% COLA, 26-27, a 3.08 COLA. Again, this is as what we know. So today, this can change, as we know. The 1.07 this year was less than 1% before they actually adopted the budget. So as of today, that's what we know. For 25-26, we're anticipating a 2% growth, and to be conservative, for 26-27, we are not projecting any growth. And we're also assuming that we will maintain middle college status and the center status for Indio as well. That's another, if we were, I don't think we're at risk for Indio. We need to have more than 1,000 FTS at our center in Indio in order to keep that center status. At this point in time, we're well above 1,000. We're probably around 1,400, 1,500. So no, I don't think we are in jeopardy of that. But just so you know, that center status also gives us about another $2.2 million. And then so we understand too, so whatever we generate this year and we finalize our number for 24-25, that will be our new base moving forward for 25-26 and onward. So whatever we generate this year, we will never be funded, unless there's a deficit, we will never be funded any less than that number moving forward. So that was one of the new changes a couple of years ago in the funding formula. That's why it's very critical that we try to grow as much as possible this year, because that means whatever number we hit this year, that moving forward, that's what we'll continue to have. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Diana.
All right, so this is a very high-level view of our unrestricted and restricted and combined general fund, our budget. So as you can see here, the unrestricted general fund budget, although you see a 1.1 deficit spending, this is planned and this is a balanced budget. The 1.1 is planned. We're planning on using prior year fund balance for prior year purchase orders that were not received before June 30th of 24, program review update, and also institutional support. The next column is our restricted general fund budget. Although for the most part, restricted funds should always be balanced. We had unused funds in prior years. For instance, the COVID block grant. We also had retention and re-enrollment funds and lottery funds that were not used in prior years. So we are planning on using a little bit under $5.5 million of prior year fund balance in 24-25 for a restricted budget. And the final column is the combination of the two. And here you see a very high level combination of our budget revenue between, of course, like I mentioned, it's a combination of both restricted and unrestricted. As you can see, most of our budget comes from the state revenue, which is 50%, local property taxes, 37%, local fees and revenue, 10%, and our federal revenue, 3%. This slide also depicts a combination of our budgeted expenses of both unrestricted and restricted funds. As you all can see, most of our expenses lie within salaries, but I do want to mention that this is, as I mentioned, a combination of both restricted and unrestricted, and restricted funds are mostly operational and not so much salary-based. Here we have another high-level view of our unrestricted general fund and our multi-year projections for our proposed budget for the unaudited actuals for 23-24. Based on our conservative efforts and us being fiscally responsible, we were able to impact the fund balance positively by having a little bit over $4 million in our fund balance. And as Rod mentioned before in other presentations, the goal for the size of a college, like for instance, College of the Desert, it should be around $50 million. We're not close to that, so again, we need to continue to be conservative and be fiscally responsible to reach that goal. The next column is the proposed budget for a general fund, which I mentioned is a balanced budget with planned 1.1 expenditures funded from prior year fund balance, followed by the 25-26 projected budget. As Rod mentioned in previous slides, we projected a 2% growth along with the Department of Finance statutory COLA, which is projected to be 2.93 for 25-26. And we have no planned fund balance expenditures. So there is as you can see, a deficit of 1.8 in 25-26. Moving on to projected budget for 26-27, there is no growth projections included and only COLA, which is projected to be 3.08%. As you can see, if we don't continue with our growth, enrollment growth or restoration, we are projected to see a unbalanced budget in the near future.
Thank you, Diana. So one of the things President Hope mentioned, we're talking about expansion, Palm Springs, Roadrunner Motors. So none of these projections show any of the future expenses, any of the fixed costs, any of the personnel costs that we will have. So it's very important for us to grow because as you can see here, even without projecting the additional costs that we will have in the future, that we're still going to be running a deficit budget if we don't look at some growth efforts. So here you can see, here's basically a 5-year picture of, or actually more than 5 years, 5 prior year, and then looking out where we're at in 23-24 and what we expect to be this current year and then the following year. So we are growing slowly, which is good, but we have to make sure the target that we think is probably going to be sustainable in order for the growth is probably closer to 13,000 FTEs. Is what we're projecting in order to be able to maintain and sustain our growth. So some of the budgetary risks that we have to talk about real quick are, we've talked about already the 23-24 deficit that we currently have for last year. Currently, the advance funding that they just came out already shows a 2.4 to 6.8% deficit for this current year, already at the beginning of the year. We have budgeted a 2.5% deficit for this year to be conservative, so hopefully it's closer to that number. Some of the risks that we have is slow enrollment growth, the possible loss of our middle college, some of the rising costs for healthcare, for utilities and insurance, and I'll show you some slides in a couple of slides right now. So as you can see here, we have health insurance. You can see the upward trend. In the last 5 years, that went up 31%. For electricity, you can see how much has gone up due to a lot of different factors, the rates going up, the usage going up, and we're opening up new facilities. In the last 5 years, that went up 189%. So we can see there's significant costs there. Liability insurance, we just approved one of the contracts earlier for one of our insurance that had gone up as well. So this is another one that we're looking at closely. In the last 5 years, that went up 47%. So these are a lot of inherent costs that are increasing, regardless. So we have to be mindful of all these, all the things that are coming up. So future considerations, again, additional costs, PERS and STIRS employer contribution rates increased 130% and 15% respectively since 2014-15. That is huge. PERS is currently at 27.05, and for 27-28 is expected to be 29.2. And as I mentioned, STRS will not change unless there's some legislative action. So currently it's at 19.1%. We have unpredictable cost volatility in district health benefit structures, as we continue to see them increase every single year. And then there's also concerns remaining regarding takebacks, as we talked about in the past. So I didn't want to end on a bummer note, so we'll end on a good note. So our 50% calculation for last year ended up at 50.83, which is really, really good. It was a slight increase from the previous year. The previous year it was 50.5. So that is good. There's a lot of districts out there struggling where they're at 50.000. And I could tell you there was 10 districts that were selected this year to be audited. So knock on wood, that wasn't one of us, and we won't be one of those either. So with that, I open it up for questions.
Madam Chair, what are the actual years of the calculation for us for the benchmark?
For the 3-year average.
I'm not understanding for what number?
Okay, when you look at the calculations, and we're going back, especially looking at the FTS, what are the years that we're looking at?
So for this current year, it would be the current year that we generate and the 2 previous years for the 3-year average for credit.
Okay, so it's for the 3
So
years.
it would be, so if we're in 25, it would be 23, 22, no, 24, 23, 24 is where the first number, so it's 23, 24, 24, no, 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25. But then remember, that is just for one line item. All the other ones is whatever you generate this year is what they fund us.
Would you explain the difference between the growth and the restoration for me? Because
Sure.
there was something there I didn't get.
So what they're looking at is, they look at our previous funding. So currently, when we had EPA funding, which is when all the districts went into COVID, they froze their FTS numbers at a certain rate. So for a long time, a lot of districts were generating way below that number, but they let us keep that number. For us, it was about 10,350 some FTS. So that number just kept carrying on every year. So that was really our 3-year average, was 10,300. When that was eliminated, which was last year, now what they're doing is they are taking what we actually generate and still keeping the old number, which is 10,000. But every year, unless we reach that 10,000, every year our 3-year average is going to keep going down. So at that point in time, there was a dollar amount that we were funded, unless, for a calculation, let's say it's $100 million. If we were not generating $100 million and above, so anything below that we're generating, so let's say we were at $94 million, and now we're generating $96 million. That additional $2 million is restoration, because we haven't hit the $100 million yet. As soon as we start generating over what we used to, over the $100 million, then that would be considered growth.
Oh, okay.
So I want to make sure we understand that although we talk about FTS a lot, the way the state looks at us for growth and restoration is a dollar amount, not an FTS amount.
The other thing that's, I think, a little confusing is that we shifted from what was called emergency conditions during the pandemic into stability, right? Once the emergency conditions ended last year, then we go into stability, and that's where that 3-year average kicks in.
Okay.
So while we were on emergency conditions, everybody was held harmless, right? And there was no averaging. But once we didn't grow enough after the pandemic, then we had to go into that stability period for the 3-year average that now affects us going forward.
So normally the formula outside of the COVID situation is the year you drop, you're considered stability. So they still fund you the same as they did last year, just to help you try to grow the following year. The second you don't, then you have 3 years in order to grow. If you don't, then restoration goes away and you're rebenched wherever you're at after the 3 years.
Where do we stand in comparison to community colleges throughout the state?
So I would say about 10 of the 72, 73 districts are actually truly growing. All the other ones are stable or in restoration.
And if I can say, I think, we are seeing an increase that's very encouraging this year compared to last fall. So we're really thrilled about that change. But at the same time, I've been having this conversation with folks who are like, well, how do we think about things like the fact that people are having fewer children, or that there are fewer K-12 districts being built, and those kinds of things. To keep it in perspective, we serve about 11% of the high school graduates. 11%. There's a lot more students out there for us to serve, which is why those things like applications while they're in high school, concurrent enrollment, dual enrollment, all of those things make a very meaningful difference because there's so much untapped potential there.
Okay. In terms of the deferred maintenance, let's say we end up having some kind of problem, where do we get the monies to address it?
So currently we have funds in the Fund 41, which is our capital outlay fund that consists of funds that we contribute to with the general fund, consists of redevelopment funds that are in there, and then basically that's about it. We have some funds from the state. So for instance, the state funded project from the science building, those funds go in there. So that's what we try to do is on a yearly basis, whether we're gonna spend it or not, try to fund that fund in order to have funding in case of emergency. So I could tell you easy, when I first got here, there was an underground leak on this campus, which was really hard to find and really expensive to fix. One emergency here could cost you $1 million easy.
The storm did, for instance. Hurricane Hilary last fall, we lost 17 trees. That took a lot. We took a hit on that, and had to take care of it.
Yeah, we had a gym floor that had just finished resurfacing, and the storm hit, and it was all ruined.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go down here. Trustee Perez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, VP Garcia and Diana, for that awesome presentation. Very extensive, very honest, and quite frankly, sobering. I think for all of us as we're preparing for the next few years, I don't have really any questions. Just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I think that this will probably be a good opportunity for me to shameless plug Proposition 2, which is a K through 12 and community colleges facilities bond, which will be on the ballot in November. $1.5 billion will be available for community college districts to apply for grants to improve their facilities or create or maintain their facilities. It's not much in comparison to everything else, but it's something. It's something, and I think that's something for us to, there'll be a strategy or money for us to look into moving forward. Proposition 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Trustee Gonzalez, any questions?
Sentiments of Trustee Perez. Definitely very sobering. That's a good word.
That's a good word.
And I guess we just have to, I think the way it looks now, I like the direction that we're going in, seeing the growth, but it's definitely concerning, right? Because we want to take care of our employees and we want to make sure that we're sustainable. Just a difficult time right now. So just hopefully everyone's patient with us while we navigate this.
Madam Chair, if I can also point out that Rod and I did a flex presentation on the current state of the budget, as well as a forum for the entire campus, to keep the entire campus informed, because that's one of the questions that the trustees had asked previously as well.
Trustee Kinnaman, anything?
No, I think what President Hopen mentioned about the 11% high school graduates that we capture, that's a very huge opportunity for us. And again, the questions around which positions do outreach and those types of things. we've got a lot of potential, and so I must stay on the positive side and see whether we can increase our capture rate. Thank you.
Trustee Robles, student trustee? Do you have any questions?
No questions, just understanding how the expansions that are planned for the college in the moments of deficits sort of interact with each other is something that I'm trying to kind of grasp my mind in. I enjoyed seeing this presentation and looking at like the fiscal side of the college. I also enjoyed hearing what Perez said about potential propositions and kind of being focused on what ballots or propositions are being proposed so that we can act and secure some funding for the community colleges.
And I want to thank you. That was very, very informative, very sobering. It's something that I've been hearing at the state level each spring. So it's, to me, it's nothing new. It's just that it's more sobering, I think, every time it's brought up because something new is taken away. You know, they have the clawback. They have done other things. They've cut back on funding. They've eliminated where we were before. Possibility of lowering our middle college status and our center status, you know, those types of things that would cut into our funding. But I was wondering, are any of the colleges, I don't know if you have a handle on this or not, looking at possible grants or renewable energy? I noticed that electricity going up 189%. Most people couldn't handle that in their personal budget. And I don't know how any institution or anyone could handle that kind of an increase. You know, it just seems like it's off the record. I know we do have some solar power here that we put in, but I don't know if any of that would, you know, more of that, or if, you know, on some of our other campuses might help, or,
Yeah,
you know,
so
is there anything that any colleges is doing that maybe is a best practice?
There are a lot of sustainability efforts across the state. I know that Palm Springs, the design right now, it's to be, have a lot of solar incorporated into that design. I could tell you one of the expenses in electricity that went up, unfortunately for us, this past years when the storm hit, it knocked out a lot of our solar panels that we have here, so it was out of commission for quite a while. So that was another thing that incorporated into our increases. So we're always looking to see how we can not only electricity, get any utilities that we can do, water, anything, in order to save funds.
Yeah, and like last night, I know everybody was probably disturbed some point during the night with the wind, and, you know, I was even thinking, you know, maybe we need to get a windmill somewhere to generate some energy, but just something that we could do to try to offset things. I don't know. Just always seems like there should be something, but I was wondering if any place was successful at combating that. But I want to thank both of you. This was an excellent presentation. I think it really was, explained a lot of things. I hope it made things clear, because this is a very difficult topic to grasp. You know, we kind of look out and we think, you know, oh, we got a beautiful campus, we got this, we got that. And then you think about what's behind all that, the money and where it comes from, and the little you know, the grabby out there, and how much we don't get that we feel we're due. But, you know, it's difficult to manage that and to grasp that sometimes. So I want to thank you for that beautiful presentation, because it did clarify things. Thank you. And so thank you, Vice President Garcia and Diana. We will now conduct a public hearing on the fiscal year 2024-25 final budget. Following the public hearing, the board will vote to adopt the final budget for fiscal year 2024-25. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 31 minutes on the topic. 3 minutes on the topic. Woo. Okay. Wow, that was a lot. And 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on the topic, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Should speakers or attendees who wish to address this item, please come forward, comment now in the chat field, or select the raise your hand button to speak. IT, please set the timer for 30 seconds to allow speakers to come forward. Don't all speak at once now.
Okay, Trustee Stefan, that was 30 seconds.
Okay, has anyone requested to speak?
Not at this time.
Okay. If there are no speakers or no additional speakers who wish to address the board on this matter, we will have concluded the public hearing. And it is recommended that the Board of Trustees vote to adopt the final budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.01 as presented?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
One second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustees Robles,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Pettis,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And 13.02, notice of intent to award 3 contracts for general contracting services for the Palm Springs Development Project. This is increment 1. Do I have a motion to approve 13.02 as presented?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? And a roll call vote.
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Pettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Nay.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And 13.03, notice of intent to award 24 contracts for general contracting services for the Roadrunner Motors project. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.03 as presented?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call. Excuse me?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say this is an exciting time to see this project moving forward. And I was just at Cathedral City Council meeting, and there's a lot of energy generated around this project. So they should be very happy. We should be very happy and proud. Thank you for all your efforts and everyone who contributed.
Thank you. And President Hope, if you could take a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Pettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then this is item 14, which is instruction 14.01, the academic calendar for 2025-2026. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.01 as presented? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote. President Hope.
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Pettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan. Motion carries.
Okay, information, item 15, information from the president. 15.01, core inquiries response to accrediting commission on community and junior colleges. This item is being presented as information only, and no action is required from the board. President Hope, could you please provide more context on this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. As the board is aware, we have our visiting team for accreditation visiting us at the end of next week. Just for your edification, Wanted to remind the board of the responses that we've provided to ACCJC in anticipation of their visit. Their visit will primarily focus on these core inquiries. They're coming to verify the information that we've sent and to determine if there's any new evidence that we need to provide. And I've asked our accreditation liaison officer, Interim Vice President Burrell, to give an update to the board regarding the schedule and some of the details.
Thank you. Madam Chair, President Hope, Board of Trustees, and members of the audience, I'm just here to give you a quick update about next week. It is upon us, and as you know, there are 4 inquiries that they are looking at: total cost of ownership, the effectiveness of our planning and decision-making, really the board, the role of the board, and the connectivity of decision-making among members, as well as policy review and coming up with a calendar which has been created, and that's part of the evidence that's been provided with the document. Basically, as a part of this process, they are here to confirm, right, that we are making institutional improvements, perhaps strengthening some of our existing processes if we don't have them, to create them, and to also think about, any kind of documented outcomes. There were a lot of new things that occurred in the last few months, which we have provided to the commission and to the team. Next week, as I mentioned, September 26th and the 27th, the peer review team will meet with members of the college, including members of the trustees, right? To discuss further the inquiries and the college's response. And so perhaps by now some of you have received that invitation. On the 26th at 2 p.m., there will be an open forum in Cravens for the community to attend, as well as on the 27th, there'll be a closing with the group at noon, and they will report their findings. Those findings will go back to the commission, who will ultimately tell us about reaffirmation in January of 2025. So I'm very excited to see the outcome of that. There's been a lot of great work in the last few months and the days leading to next week. So I hope that you'll have an opportunity to be present as well. And I don't know if you have any questions for me. I'm happy to take them.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. VP Burrell, for the sake of, I guess, our audience knowing, how often do we need to go through this process?
We're hoping 8 years.
8 years, okay, great. And as it relates to the total cost of ownership component, does that include our future campuses that are going to be in construction as well?
That is correct. And so part of what we're developing, or we've created all so far, and I have to give a huge shout out to our institutional research department, Dr. Oksana Agai, who has helped to create a tool that will allow us to project FTS, so really that will come before planning, any kind of scheduled classes, and that will include every single site. And we need to have and develop a plan for the FTS if we want to create site status for, say, for example, Palm Springs. That is something that we have to account for. We need at least 1,000 FTS for site status. Indio is looking really solid right now, so I'm hopeful about that as well. But these tools will help us to plan for the future.
Hopefully Palm Springs is looking solid too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Oden.
Yes. Since you are one of the newer members of our team, I'd like to get your perspective on the core inquiries. First in general, and then I have some more specific questions.
Thank you for that question. I will say that total cost of ownership is typically a challenge for most institutions. But really when we think about, the accreditation process, and really the expectation of any college is to focus on institutional effectiveness. And that means looking at how we plan, what kinds of programs we create, certificates, the academic experience for our students. But we have to think about planning. We have to think about improving structures and systems at the college, as well as evidence-based decision-making. And those three, elements are critical to institutional effectiveness. So when we think about total costs, we didn't really have a tool for projection, as an example. We now have that. And that is something under the leadership, again, of IR, our academic deans and directors. We've been actively focusing on that. I will say not a lot of institutions have those kinds of tools, and we've managed to do that in a matter of a month. But that required a lot of dialogue, with the academic deans and the directors, and to think more thoughtfully about what kinds of programs are we actually going to be offering at these various locations. How are we building in dual enrollment into the experience? I would say that too, the effectiveness, how do we know that what we're doing well? Being able to do an assessment of committee and governance, that's an important component. I think oftentimes, we also, it's very easy to create a lot of plans, but it's implementing those plans that becomes the most challenging. But I will say that I think COD, what they've done really well is to clarify, what that committee structure looks like. And they're in the beginning phases of evaluating their effectiveness. So I think that that's really important. And of course, a unified voice among our governing structure here is really important as well. And I think that too, lastly is policy, right? Like being able to document, how frequently we evaluate our policies is key. We now have that in place. We have a plan. We have governance structures in place that are incorporated into the evaluation of our APs and BPs. And that's important. That's important. And I have to give a huge shout out to CODA and CODFA and the Academic Senate, because they've been heavily engaged and they've been great thought partners with oftentimes some very difficult conversations. But it's required. And we have to constantly engage, in planning and discussion with those members of the college.
I know that every 8 years we have a full accreditation. They send their team, they do our evaluations of us and our programs from top to bottom. What interactions do we have with them within that period of time?
We actually, there's reports required on an annual basis that we have to provide ACCJC. I don't know if President Hope, if you want to talk a little more about our relationship.
Yeah, so, the college has a designated accreditation liaison officer who's designated to have that ongoing communication. The annual reports are typically around things like employability, your programs, your assessments, those kinds of things. But then you also have a midterm report. So in 4 years, we will weigh back in with the commission and say, here's how we're doing on the things we said we wanted to work on. Because part of our institutional self-evaluation was to call out things that we wanted to improve. So we will write that midterm report and submit that to the commission. That is essentially you did or you did not do it. It's not really evaluated. And then after that, we continue with the annual reports until we do a full accreditation 4 years later.
I think it's really important for the community at large to understand how important our accreditation is. What happens if we were not accredited?
We would not be able to issue federal financial aid.
Okay, that would impact our students directly.
Directly. It would affect the transferability and portability of the credits that we assign. It would undermine the validity of the certificates and degrees that we award to students every year. When it looked like City College of San Francisco might lose their accreditation at one point, they saw a massive FTES drop because students understood the impact on their experience in terms of transferability and credentials and federal financial aid. And so it's very important that we stay on top of our accreditation. And I want to confirm for the trustees, there is no question that we are going to be reaffirmed. Right? The question is just about what does reaffirmation look like in terms of a context of recommendations that they may make.
Well, I wanted to also distinguish the difference between an approved college and an accredited college.
Yes, definitely a big difference. And when students, go to get jobs, when they go to transfer, it's very important that those units are accredited.
And equally, I think as a part of that planning process is thinking about the effectiveness of our programs, the programs and certificates that we offer. I would just say that like one of the processes we don't have is program initiation. And program initiation really requires us to think about how are we meeting the needs, you know, and the demand of our region and the workforce. I am working closely with our curriculum committee to talk about those, you know, asking those kinds of questions. We have about 300 programs that we offer here. It's a lot of programs for college, and I would just say that we need to be very mindful about how we're developing those programs. And the faculty, it is their purview, right, to create and propose and modify curriculum. But we've done a really good job of engaging the deans in that work, and we'll continue to do so.
Having worked in vocational education, it's important that they have not only that they not only provide internships for their students, but they're constantly calculating how many of those students who finish their programs are directly employed. We don't do that as much in traditional education, but we are doing some things to really kick up our vocational programs, which I think is very good. Do we have any tools or mechanisms to evaluate the employability of the students who are taking our programs?
So anything that's other than CTE, career technical?
Yes.
So the student learning outcomes, you know, is a really important mechanism for the faculty to evaluate, you know, how are our students doing within our program? And I think that's an opportunity to think about skills. And I know that Corbin and her colleagues are working very diligently on trying to focus on how to make that more explicit. I think our program mapping is important. So out of Guided Pathways, it was very much about thinking about sequence of learning for every program, not just career technical, right? But that every student was focused on an outcome related to career. And I think that this, again, is still another opportunity.
I just think that this is an incredible opportunity for us, and I'd like at some point in the future to see how we might be able to involve the community more with what we're going through, which is a different level of talking about our institution. And because we have so much talent within the Coachella Valley, that I think it could really take us to an entirely different level of community involvement.
I will say that the Power of Five, which is an initiative by President Hope, connecting students to employers is an opportunity in this moment, and not just for career technical education, but thinking about how all of our student skill sets, how they relate, you know, to some of these. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about it, President Hope, but.
We're just at the precipice, as I mentioned, with an effort that we're coordinating with the foundation to get more students internships, with the idea that work-based learning is an essential element of our students' college experience. And the bifurcation of career technical and transfer really doesn't exist anymore. All education is career education, right?
Yeah.
And so to the extent that we build in the experience for students to have work-based learning and learn more about themselves, and that they understand a little bit more about what they like and how their talents work and what they can do, you know, and how we assess learning is also changing, and how we share that assessment with employers is changing. Digital badging is turning career education upside down. So, you know, we've got a long way to go, I think, in implementing some of those things. But I think the partnership with community employers is going to help accelerate the conversation. And our strong workforce program is very, very viable here and robust. And we lead in a lot of those conversations because of Dean Lingle and Prudence Chase. And they've been very helpful in helping us get the work-based learning projects off the ground. Thank you for asking about that, sir.
Anything else, Trustee Oden?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Questions?
No, a lot of the things that were in my head, Trustee Oden and Bettis kind of put together, but, you know, I mean, coming from the TK-12 system, just those opportunities for the work-based learning and internships. I know President Hope, you and I have had multiple conversations, and I truly do believe that, people always say, well, students should be able to visualize. Well, yes, but if you're really already doing what you love, I think for me, the most important thing is, I remember when I was growing up, I wanted to be a veterinarian until I realized that I had to treat animals that were injured, and then I was like, okay, no, I can't do that. Because I'm just gonna cry. And so I think it's such a blessing for students to be able to actually be exposed to the career, the field that they're interested in. And I think at the community college level and even at the high school level, you still have that time to maybe say, maybe that's not quite what I envisioned that this would be. And I just really think that it'll help students be able to kind of pinpoint a little more. And I mean, I know a lot of people that like are 20 years in one career and switch. Not that that won't happen, but I still think that just being able to provide those pathways for students are just really, really important. And, again, so that way they have a better idea of what field. And I also think that it'll help because one of the things that I was really looking at last night was not only our enrollment, but completion rates and all of that. And I see that, we have a gap. And I really think that this will help in that area as well, because then students are going to be a little more engaged. Because they, again, it's a little more refined for them, what the fields that they want to go into, or maybe they still want to stay in that field, but in a different sector of it. So I find a lot of value, and more than anything, I want to thank staff, for putting all of this information together, and I just want everyone to know that we actually do look at it. Well, I can speak for myself, but, and it's just it's really good for me to see all of that, so that I also can make decisions when I'm sitting here. So I depend very much on the information that we are provided, and I have complete confidence in the current, staff that what we're receiving is true and factual, and that really helps me as the trustee. Very important.
Thank you.
Because then we know, so everything doesn't have to be really pretty, and if it's not, then how do we make it better? But above all, just thank you, and I'm just excited to see the direction that we're going to go in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Kinnaman, anything you'd like to add?
No, just thank you very much for giving us an overview of that it'll help prepare us when the team gets here.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
I have a question. On the 26th at 2 p.m., you said this is an open forum for the community. Is this open to anybody? Can they Zoom in? Do they have to be present, or what are their options, and are they all everybody invited?
This open forum is for the internal community only, and ACCJC has insisted that it be in person only.
Okay.
So since they're the boss, that's what we do.
Okay. And there's no external community? No. Okay. That's what I want to know. Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
I want to thank you. That was very, very informative, and I've read through this many times already.
Madam Chair,
I'll
can
continue
I ask
yes.
a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, student trustee.
No worries. I was actually curious to hear about the program initiative and how students or the community can be involved in either like providing ideas or some insight on programs like becoming developed or attached with some of these like expansion programs.
I think it's a really great question. With student government, part of our community, I think that's a really great space to talk about, what are some of the needs, right? And I think also discussing that with the Senate. That is the purview of the academic senate, right, curriculum. But I would encourage students to have that conversation with the faculty and perhaps the leadership. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I apologize again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, where am I?
16.
16, thank you. Okay, the time now, according to my watch, is 12:05. Is that close?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got to kind of watch, just make sure we take lunch at the appropriate time.
Yeah,
I think I
maybe if
have
we
till
could
12:30,
urge our study session folks to get through by 12:30.
maybe.
President Hope.
We don't want to really rush.
Sorry, Chair, Trustee
Yes.
Ben. Actually, by contract, our IT staff need an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I go to 12:30, I'm hoping we'll be able to get a little more done, maybe. Maybe not.
12:30.
Because don't I have, isn't it, they have to start sometime?
They don't have to start at a specific time, just closer to their mid-shift, and it's by CBA contractual, they have to have an hour designated.
Full
for
hour.
Yeah, a full hour.
Okay. But I was going to try to get a little more done here. Okay, so we're going to move into 16, the study session, 16.01, Public Relations Office Update. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. I'd like to invite Interim Public Information Officer Nicholas Robles to come to the podium with Isabella. We'll introduce her as well, to give a very brief presentation on public relations.
All righty. Well, good afternoon now, Madam Chair and members of the board. I was told to make this brief just now, so we are going to kind of go through this rather quickly. We will pause on some particular spots. Let's see. There we go. And so one of the key themes that we really focused on in the past year were 4 key areas, and that's really building some consistency, improving the college's image, being inclusive of languages here within the community, and making sure that we're always creative and innovative in everything that we do. This department has really transformed from 2022 to today. You've got myself serving in the interim public information officer role, and I've got Isabella Valora here, which I forgot to let her introduce herself. So I'm going to pause for 1 second, let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Valoro. I'm the Public Relations Specialist, and I've had the opportunity to serve at the College of the Desert for the past 8 months.
Thank you, Isabella, and sorry for cutting you off there. And so what does our approach look like? I think most people think when they think marketing, public relations, let's just make it look really pretty, which is definitely one of our aspects of our job. But really what we do is we take data, we take information, and we try to synthesize it, and we ask questions because we know that people are going to ask us questions, and we need to know the answers before we put something out. And with that, our impact that we have made as we've looked back at our past year is in our traditional media, meaning in terms of our media relations, our press releases. All that has generated about $1.9 million of coverage. So what does that mean? That means if I went to go talk to an advertiser, I'd have to pay them $1.9 million to get all the coverage we've put together in the last year.
And in social media, where we have the opportunity to connect with current and incoming students, we saw a significant increase. In Facebook, we have an 86.9% increase, and in Instagram, we have a 294.2% increase. And we accomplished this by focusing our efforts on having a more student-oriented approach, which we will go later on in the presentation.
And everything that we do really circles back to the Strategic Education Master Plan. As we know, it was a year in the making and had some, sorry, there's a fly around here. It was a year in the making and it got input from faculty, from administrators, students. So we really try to align everything that we do to the SCMP. And I'm just going to give a quick overview of the goals that the office, that the Public Relations Office touches. And with the first goal, it's really to bolster engagement, deepen our connections within the community, and deliver inviting messages. Really, our second goal is to make sure that we are being creative and innovative, because some people don't want to see the same flyer over and over. They don't want the same message over and over. So we try to create things that resonate with our intended audiences. The third goal is really to align the college with our local government, as well as with other partnerships, and ensuring that we're working with the foundation to create pathways and create opportunities for our students. And then the fourth goal that we really tried to tie into for this past year is diversity in everything that we do, making sure that we're inclusive of our entire student body in not only what we say, but in the images that we use. And in the fall 2024 enrollment campaign, really we tried to echo everything we did here. And one of the things that we did is we went out and talked to students so we could learn their story. And with that, we were able to create a very clean aesthetic look where we learn their story, but still get to see some of them, and shared these different stories through two different ways. We had a microsite in English and another one in Spanish, but really it gave the students information in terms of what they were studying, the time that it took them. So if they were studying HVAC, for example, 9 months, and then the cost. So that way students can connect. And I will let Isabella talk about the performance of those.
Much of the web traffic that we received came from these 3 platforms displayed on the screen. So we did Amazon advertising, which we piloted for the first time utilizing their Twitch platform, and also did audio ads. We did a compressed yet focused Google advertising campaign where we targeted users who were searching up higher education opportunities. We also invested in a social media campaign ads where we did 7 weeks of paid advertising, which resulted in a great return in investment.
And then, of course, working with our local partners here as well, which are on the screen. The key takeaways, really, we wanted to be something visual, something exciting for the students to get into. And as we kind of plan the spring semester, really expanding on that by including some radio interviews, so we have more of a podcast style, so if somebody wants to rather listen than read, and then also incorporating some video, so maybe somebody can watch it instead of reading it or even listening to it. Accomplishments at a glance. What we're going to go over is going to be even quicker now, and everything you've seen, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was coming out of this office in the past year, and trying to be cognizant of that time that we're trying to hit. As we all know, community listening sessions, and I think I heard it earlier today, Happy Hour with Hope was great yesterday. So it's an invite-only event, and really allows the college to connect with local leaders in the community. And then kind of rebranding our fast track courses so students know how to take classes in a condensed time frame. And then, of course, our Roadrunner Express launched earlier this year, and making sure that students had the information to utilize these services. The other thing that we do, thanks to our PACE office, and we've got great partnerships with Sunline that allow for some free advertisement, so making sure that we have ads on the buses, but also at the mall, so making sure that we're making those move forward. And then College Core, ensuring that the branding is in alignment with College of the Desert.
And our $5 textbook rental program continues to break down educational barriers for students. We created flyers, posters, social media, and newsletter copy to promote this program to students. And to date, we have saved students have saved up to $65,000 with this program.
And we talked about it earlier, making sure that the community within COD is informed, budget handouts and budget booklets, so we constantly talk about the budget. I just want to say thank you to our VP of Administrative Services for putting up with all my questions while I asked about the budget. I majored in English for a reason. And then, of course, our free early college, we're trying to rebrand dual and concurrent enrollment so it makes sense to the students and some of the community that we serve. And then, of course, our accreditation, really giving it a new look and a new aesthetic so people can catch their eye on it in the hallways. One of the great things we got to do earlier this year was redo all of our commencement ceremony material and align it for the different schools. Of course, we put together reports on the Citizens Bond oversight, and so we can share those. And coming soon, working with IT, some new employee ID cards. And then I'll let Isabella talk about our Roadrunner Roundup.
We distribute two newsletters. The Roadrunner Roundup is our centralized student newsletter where departments have the opportunity to submit information on a weekly basis, and this allows students to receive information from one source and reduce confusion. We also have the Roadrunner Reach, which we just launched for our faculty and staff, and this allows them to stay informed about media coverage relating to the college. This allows the internal community to stay aligned and be aware of our media presence and our college's impact.
Also redid all of our internal templates so everybody can now enjoy a refreshed look but still adhering to our brand standards. And really re-energizing our local government connections and making sure that we've got a consistent presentation when we're out talking to the community. Earlier this year, really laying out what the 2024 looked like for College of the Desert in our roadmap. And then, of course, working on some career technical education with some videos and promoting the virtual college.
And with social being one of our key components for communication, we really try to focus on sharing more student stories to connect more with students. With that being said, we also did launch a TikTok account, which allows us to reach our target audience of students. And departments now have the opportunity to submit social media content through our social media submission forms.
And then, of course, ensuring that all of our capital projects have a nice cohesive look, especially as we're going to enjoy some groundbreakings later this year, and we've already enjoyed ribbon cuttings, and then keeping the community informed through a dedicated website about these different projects.
We partnered with financial aid to increase scholarship applications through sharing student testimonials, creating targeted flyers. We were able to increase scholarship applications by 31.74% through our focused efforts.
And then revamping a lot of the material that Edge and Pledge uses, and then working with our student services to really create some identity behind key events for these enrollments that we're really trying to go after. And then putting together some information for the internal community for the President's Flex Address. And then, of course, coordinating a lot of different events that are happening now and really throughout the year. State of the College, definitely one of those exciting ones where we get to partner with the foundation. And then earlier this year, we launched Ed Sites, and really one of the things I want to hone in on right there is that we've got a 99% rate of students staying engaged with us. So we only lost 1%, which I think is a great thing to be excited about. And I think really giving students the heads up about that it was coming was very helpful. One of the big things that we focus on is media relations, and it really ties back to that $1.9 million number that we saw at the beginning of the presentation. And we've got a few things in the hopper, and some of those are our campus identity project and student personas, so that way when we're doing our marketing and our advertising, we know exactly who we're talking to, how we're talking to them, and really be cognizant of our advertising dollars. Also in the works is creating a Roadrunner mascot, hoping to make its debut in early 2025. And of course, redoing our brand guidelines, especially now that we've got Canva out there, we've got people who want to do some additional creative things, making sure that we're kind of allowing for that, but keeping it within certain parameters. We are currently working on our spring enrollment campaign, and then also working with a committee on leading a whole website redesign. So that is one of the most exciting projects, I think, that is in our office at this moment. And of course, continuing to talk about capital projects. I know when we have a groundbreaking, we have a ribbon cutting, that's excitement, but we need to also keep talking about those projects so the community knows what these projects do, students know that this is really for them and what they're going to be learning inside these walls. That is it in a very compressed version. I'm sorry I had to speed through that, but if anybody has any questions, Isabella and myself are here to answer them.
Let's start with our student trustee. Any questions, comments?
No questions, but I feel like I have noticed much more presence on like social media and seeing these pamphlets on my side. It's just really nice to have like fresh graphics. I think the colors are great and the picture qualities you guys are making are like wonderful. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And let's let's go over here. Trustee Perez.
Same here, but echoing the comments of student trustee Robles, been noticing the presence on social media a lot more. It's good to see some positive news out there. We're doing a lot of great stuff here at the college. It's not always those, clickbait, titles that are out there. So keep up with the great work. Really appreciate everything that you both are doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Oden.
Yes. You're actually doing an amazing job. If we're riding down the street, we'll see College of the Desert. Turn the radio, we see College of the Desert. If you're on the internet, you'll see College of the Desert. And as much as we see it, there's still so much information that we need to share that we aren't reaching the people who need to hear it the most. And I'm not sure how we do that. I think you're doing an amazing job. I'm just, so much has happened in the past 6 months on this campus. And it's hard to keep up knowing all of the stuff that's happening. And this stuff is so important. It's so important. So your job is so daunting. How do we share all of this with the community? What are you implementing that's different, even though you've gone over a lot of stuff, but to reach those people who are listening to the radio music, but catching them at that vulnerable time to let them know that we have something to offer them. They should come and check us out. How do we do that?
Really, it's being engaged on a variety of different levels. I like to talk about marketing in terms of touch points. So you talk about the internet, you talk about the radio. Our outreach team through the Edge and Pledge and some of our other outreach specialists, it's really making sure that we're hitting people at different touch points. So typically in a marketing world, you want 5 to 7 touch points. So making sure that radio is one, the website is one, social media is one, being out in the community during community outreach is another, but ensuring that everything's very cohesive. So when they hear one thing, it's tying back to another one of those touch points.
I am so excited about the Ed Sites program. And just yesterday, I was using the example of your story. I mean, the stuff is effective. It's good. It's good. I'm just saying more, more, until we're inundated, because we have so many people to reach, and we can change their lives.
Yes, I truly believe that, and that's actually what gives me the energy to do what I do. And of course, I have a great team, like Isabella, like Dottie, working with a great executive team as well.
And most of all, thank you, because I think you're doing an amazing job. Absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Oden.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez.
Pretty much the same. Everywhere I look, I see College of the Desert. It's amazing, right? Whether it be on Sunline buses, Sunline bus stops, social media. I don't think I've ever opened up any of the apps and not seen something with the college, pop up. So again, I just want to appreciate you for all the work. It's definitely really neat to see just, all the positiveness and thank you so much for, I'm sure it takes a lot of time to look at trends and what works best, and like Trustee Oden said, sometimes there's so much out there and you still have people that are like, I've never seen that. So I don't have an answer for that one, but there's no question that the messaging is definitely out there. And as Trustee Perez said, I know I said it earlier, it's just really nice to see all the positiveness, and I think some of that starts with us, right? What message are we putting out as trustees? Are we maintaining that flow of the positivity, or are we contributing to that tiny little negative that gets, blown up a little bit? So I think it's collectively all of our responsibilities, right, to represent what this college can bring and what it really does. But shout out to both of you, for the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Trustee Kinman?
I just want to thank you, and after our evangelist / cheerleaders comment, Trustee Oden spoke, there's not anything else that can be said. And so, but thank you very much.
We will try to bring the mascot once our costume is finished.
Isabella is working on that one.
Everybody wants to see a mashup between Rodney and Fuego.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And student trustee, you have something to add?
Yeah, so letting the brain marinate for a little bit. It's awesome, like the outreach that's happening on socials and all of that. Do you have any plans for having student representation? We live in a place that's very like event forward. So my mind.
Instagram takeovers, is that what you're talking about?
Not so much. I think just kind of having to say like field teams. So first thing that comes to mind is like tennis tournaments or the hockey games, the different like charity events that happen throughout. I think if there was people with College of the Desert merchandise or the brand kind of being in these events that are oriented to the community could be an effective way to like show that we have that presence and that we're students here, but we're also committed to the community. I feel like that could be an effective strategy if not considered.
We'll definitely talk about that. Really, one of the things we're working on is there's other channels that we don't necessarily oversee in our office, so creating some structure behind some of those as well for sports, for some of our other affinity groups, so we're all kind of in the same message and in sync.
Anybody else have anything else to share? I just want to say, use some of your media, because it's beautiful. And, I get dressed every morning listening to the news because I've got to keep going, or I'm late to work. But in the past, when they've mentioned COD, it's been kind of, like this has happened, COD, blah, 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 and I have to run out there and I have to try to back it up because it didn't come across very loud. Now, when they mention COD, they go, College of the Desert, like they're proud of us. And it's made a huge impact in the Valley, I think. It's really turned the tide around. Students at my school are like, oh, you're going to be at COD tomorrow, for the board meeting, and the school's going to go there on this date, and they're getting excited again. And that's wonderful, because when we came back from COVID, everybody was kind of in their own little cocoon, and nobody wanted to talk, and nobody wanted to go anywhere, and suggested going to COD or going out to the campus, or do you know this about COD? And it was like, almost like they're afraid of everything. And now they're opening up and it's blossoming. And I really think your campaign is phenomenal. I mean, it touches all bases, all walks of life. The only thing that I was wondering about is I know that individuals that may be having financial hardships or things going on negatively in their lives, a lot of time they're awake in the middle of the night. Do we ever do any ads on the TV or radio in the middle of the night?
We do.
I know that sounds bizarre, if you wanted to go to college, because that's a daytime activity, but still, that's when they need to hear the message a lot of times.
We actually do advertise kind of 24/7 when we're working with our local partners. Really, we do what we call our paid ads during the day, and then the partners give us value added in those what they call off hours, so the nighttime.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. This was really, really informative, and I appreciate the fact that you guys talked a little faster. But, you guys keep that momentum going, and you're just so happy all the time. I love to hear it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I know that was absolutely wonderful. And I know that our IT team is chomping at the bit. They're probably got stomachs growling back there. So it is now about 12:30. We're going to take a 1-hour recess so that they can get their lunch, and we will reconvene to study session. Okay. I guess we are.
Okay, we are live again.
Okay, we're going to reconvene because we're going to take things out of order. We're going to move into closed session for the hour for the IT's lunch, and then we'll reconvene to the study session at the end of that time from closed session, okay? Excellent idea.
We're just gonna wait for trustee Oden. Okay. Okay, we're ready, trustee Stefan.
There we go. Okay. We're going to reconvene to open session. The board came out of closed session today. There's nothing to report out on today's closed session. However, in a prior closed session, the Board of Trustees, the board voted 5-0 to approve a settlement with the United States Fire Insurance Company as surety for Columbia Steel related to the Indio campus expansion project with a total payment from the United States Fire Insurance Company to the district of $2,670,000. Okay, and with that, we will go back into our study session with 6.02 distance education report. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very grateful to our presenters who've been bounced about a bit. Vice President Burrell, will you introduce our faculty presenters today?
Yes, we are very fortunate today to have both Professors Donna Green and also Dr. Cora Layton to present on today's distance education report. I do want to point out that the institution offers a number of sections in distance ed, and so we have approximately 715 sections completely online, and also high flex, hybrid, and so having faculty leadership is extremely important in supporting the efforts of faculty, so thank you.
And if I can just say before they begin, part of the reason why this presentation is being provided to the trustees is because it's actually required that the trustees get an update on distance education on an annual basis. So you'll get to learn about the very wonderful things that both of these women do.
Online course review activity. We have some enrollment data and overall retention and success rates. And lastly, our plans for future DE program activities.
I'd like to take a minute to just introduce you to our team. It's actually a, excuse me, a completely new team. In 2021 and 22 was the year I moved over from my previous assignment to distance education. Dr. Cora Layton joined us in December of 2023. We currently have Tony Aguilar, who's acting as our instructional support specialist in the Berger Faculty Innovation Center, and Giovanni Barone, who actually is mostly dedicated to the library, helps us out occasionally when things get a little tough. So we're actually an entirely brand new team presenting to you today.
AP 4105 defines the training required for all faculty to teach online. We have a 12-week training program that is offered in the fall and spring semesters and a condensed version offered in the summer. Faculty are required to submit a capstone course to be reviewed with alignment with the CVC or California Virtual Campus rubric. Once the course is fully aligned, the instructor earns certification and must renew every 5 years.
So as you can see from this slide, the pandemic gave us quite a backlog of faculty who needed to be certified and recertified. So you can see those numbers look a little heavy in 21, 22, and then they ease up a little bit for the next year. And then finally in 23, 24, we had 65 faculty who got their initial certification, 12 who got a recertification, and we continued our high flex training as well. In addition to certification, recertification, and the high flex trainings, we offer constant technical assistance and professional development to all faculty.
In order to help faculty keep up with this ever-changing technology, we have created new trainings and revised previous trainings. We have the Introduction to Teaching with Canvas course, which was revised in summer of 2023. We also have a DE Sandbox course, which is essentially a template that instructors can use when they're starting to plan a new course so that they get off on the right foot. That was revised this last summer in 2024. We have a self-paced accessibility refresher for faculty and our local POCR or peer online course review orientation. Each week we offer a dine-in design, which covers anything from an app on Canvas to best practices for teaching online. Our 4-week Course Design Academy is preparation for quality badging on the California Virtual Campus. Weekly Lunch and Learns offer a hands-on opportunity to work with the two of us and Tony. We have a SharePoint site with distance education information and 2 Canvas courses for faculty, so a DE handbook as well as online teaching resources. And last but not least, we have a shared DE inbox that is monitored by Donna, Tony, and myself.
So the California Virtual Campus is really all California community colleges who offer online courses are members of the California Virtual Campus. Last year, we became what's called a teaching college, which means that students here are able to enroll seamlessly in other colleges that are offering online courses, and other students from other colleges are also able to enroll here. So the student logs into their home instance of Canvas, and whatever course they're taking is there. So it's very seamless for the student. Financial aid can transfer. It's really helpful to students so that they're able to finish faster. I pulled the numbers really quickly, and for summer and fall of 24, we had 284 units that were taken by students at other colleges that were taken here. The class that fills the most, that gets the most requests, is business calculus. So hats off to our math faculty, because those are the ones that are getting the most hits from other colleges, so they must be doing something right. Sorry, this is still me. So our DE subcommittee is a subcommittee of Academic Senate. We actually we reside under the Ed Tech and Distance Ed Committee. So we meet separately, and what they do is they review all of the courses. Faculty member Cora mentioned that they have to submit a capstone. The job of the DE subcommittee, which is now called the local POCR committee, is to review those capstones to make sure that they are aligned. They not only review capstone courses for initial certification and recertification, but they also do the peer online course review for quality review badges. And those are the courses that are most highly sought after in the CVC. Students know and recognize that if there's a quality review badge, that course is one they're likely to improve in. As of now, we have 15 faculty members who've all gone through extensive training, and they do a blind review of those courses. So the faculty member doesn't know who reviewed it, just the team did. And following their review, the faculty member will meet with me or Cora, and we'll go through the findings and help them finish up anything that needs to be done. And right now, we have 24 courses that have a quality review badge, which is actually a pretty good size number of courses. Across the state, there aren't as many as quickly. So we are doing something right.
A primary space that supports our work is the Berger Faculty Innovation Center, or the BFIC for short. This is a quiet space where faculty can come to have a coffee and to use our technology. Some of the resources that the BFIC houses are laptops for faculty, 2 Vibe boards, which are essentially interactive smart TVs similar to a giant iPad, cameras and lapel mics for faculty recording. Some of the work that we do in the BFIC includes our revamped faculty inquiry group on flipping the classroom. And Tony Aguilar, our instructional support specialist, is in the BFIC from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and he provides workshops and other faculty assistance.
So we've had some updates from Title V, the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, and ACCJC. What they've done is more clearly defined what they mean by regular and substantive interactions in online courses. They've also increased their accessibility requirements. So in order to make sure that we are keeping up with those changes, we've incorporated those changes into our AP 4105 policy that is now making its way through Academic Senate. So it should be before you soon-ish. And then we are creating new trainings and events to make sure that faculty understand those new requirements as well. We're always dedicated to making sure that our courses are of the highest quality.
Data is integral to our work as we try to make data-informed decisions. Even though many of the classes have returned to campus, we are still serving more than 3 times the number of students than we were pre-pandemic. These numbers are duplicated headcount for online courses. So what that means, duplicated headcount, is that if Donna takes 3 classes and I take 2 classes, that's a duplicated headcount of 5. And even though these numbers are quite big and 3 times the numbers that we were seeing pre-pandemic, this does not include the faculty that we serve who use Canvas and other online tools, but teach primarily or totally face-to-face.
So we'd like to take a look at some of our overall retention and success rates. We monitor these as closely as we can. We've always used that. One thing we like to note, and this has also been looked at the state level as well, is 1920 and 2021 were kind of anomalies because of the pandemic. So we tend to look pre-pandemic, and then we look at 22 forward to kind of see how we're doing. What we see is that the gauges that we believe, we're pleased to see that we are very close to what traditional classes would be doing as far as our retention and success. So students are not suffering in our online classes. We're trying to make sure that we are staying consistent and we're really watching that vision for success. We're continually wanting to improve these numbers. This chart is also the same one you just saw, just a little easier to read.
Okay, so success and retention rates vary by fall and spring semesters. As you can see, success and retention rates in online classes have been steadily increasing in both the fall and the spring. Spring success rates and retention rates are lower than those of the fall in all modalities for several reasons. But as Donna mentioned, that we strive to meet the goals of Vision for Success, including that 70% success rate across all classes in all modalities. And we hope to get there soon.
So as you heard earlier, we haven't got our final accreditation report back yet. However, we were really pleased that when we were asked to provide 50 classes for the team to review, we were able to quickly pull 50 classes that we were proud to present to the team. Our last accreditation visit resulted in accommodation for our online program, and we're kind of got our fingers crossed, and we've are hoping that we will again. We really appreciate the strong support that we get from our leadership and our administration because it is enabling us to do this high-quality work. And we're leaders in this region and in the state, in DE. We're often asked at Congress, how do you do that? How do you have 2 coordinators? So you enable us to do this good work.
Moving forward, we are focusing on equity and accessibility in distance education. In terms of equity, we're embedding equity practices into our certification course, and we will begin adapting the @ONE equity course and offering those here. For OER, or Open Education Resources, which are free materials that students can use in any modality, but they really are easy to blend in online classes. We work with faculty to assist them in integrating OER into their courses effectively. And last but not least, accessibility, because accessibility is equity, and we will adapt @ONE's creating accessible course content for use here. We will continue to advocate for an accessibility specialist to help where needed, and we are working with a statewide DE cohort on implementing a mobile app accessibility checklist.
And this is our contact information, and we thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. That was very informative. I'm going to start with my, with Trustee Oden this time. And if you have anything you'd like to share, Trustee Oden?
Yes. When we made the transition from during the pandemic, and it was a very short period of time before we were doing complete online instruction. And we did it for a while before the certification was required. I'm not sure if you know this, but how many faculty did we lose who were unable to get the certification?
When we returned, you mean?
Yes.
To, that I don't know. I do know that we have more online certified faculty now than we did pre-pandemic. We had a lot of faculty who were pleasantly surprised that if they structured their course well, they were able to teach online.
Madam President, were you going to respond?
No, what I was going to say, Trustee Oden, is that one of the things that I think is occurring is the system is still kind of recalibrating after the pandemic. And so we're finding, even with the return to campus, and I think Cora talked about this, is a lot of faculty now know that they've got to augment that in-person instruction with technology. And one of the really terrific outcomes of the POCR training is that faculty learn about the important elements of course design in ways that people who are teaching in person may never have that conversation except through AQ, right? And so more people are finding themselves kind of irresistibly in these discussions about the quality of course design. And a lot of folks who maybe struggled with some of that, you know, they're slowly leaving the system, to be honest. Because technology is part of the work now.
Yes.
Whether you're in person or you're online. And that's why the BFIC is so important.
Well, they dragged me kicking and screaming into the 20th century because this was by far one of the hardest courses that I have ever taken in my life. There are very few times in my life where I've actually felt stupid. But taking this course, and the fact when they said, well, you have to work this program as though your student was blind or deaf. And I'm thinking, oh my God, you know?
Yeah.
And I know we lost a lot of people who just simply thought that they didn't have the technological skills to deal with it. it was a challenge for me until I talked to a friend who teaches at UCLA. And she had taken the course there. And she just said a couple of things, and all of a sudden, you know, it flipped the switch for me. And I saw it, and I knew how to do it. And I'm thinking, how many other people just don't see it? You know, that we may lose, who may be outstanding instructors, you know, but they were old school. I resembled that remark. But simply can't adjust to technology. Now, one of the things that I learned was that I would never give an in-class exam again. Just a waste of time. So there are so many benefits of doing the hybrid. Speaking of the hybrid, is the enrollment for HighFlex increasing?
That would be.
Yes, one of the things that we observe is that the fill rates for hybrid courses, even though we don't actively even market the high flex courses, is about 114%. So they are oversubscribed, which is why we're working closely with both associations to try to develop an MOU with high flex because it's attractive to students. Hybrids, on the other hand, have lower fill rates than in-person classes. And so even though you think that would be attractive, it's the least attractive option for students. So I think what we're probably going to see over time is more students either fully online or high flex, and hybrid kind of starting to shrink. But these ladies are the experts, so I would ask if that's what they agree with or not.
Definitely, and I will say I got a second master's in educational technology and starting in 2021, and I would not have been able to complete that program without HighFlex. So it was through San Francisco State, through Dr. Brian Beatty, who invented HighFlex, and I was living on the East Coast, taking care of my father who was sick, and I could not take, I couldn't focus until 2 a.m., for these late night classes. And so HighFlex was the way I was able to complete that program. And it really did teach me a lot about my learning style and how I learn best. And that is one of the features of HighFlex, is that it really helps teach students that self-reflexivity of their own learning style and how they learn best.
Are you seeing a difference between those instructors who take the training teaching synchronous versus asynchronous?
We see a lot fewer synchronous classes. For the same reason, I think students are not gravitating toward the hybrid, because it's tying them to a specific day and time that they have to go to class, and that for this online student, that tends to defeat their purpose. They like online for the flexibility. And when you take away that flexibility, it becomes less attractive.
I think the only place where we still see significant numbers of synchronous is in ESLN.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say thank you. I still read the emails. Keep up the good work, because it's really making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Oden. Trustee Perez, any questions, comments?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation, ladies. As always, our team here at COD always puts together the best presentations and always very informative. So you guys fit in that category as well, so thank you. My question was, when you were talking about the CVC data, you mentioned that business calculus is a course that students from other colleges take here quite frequently. Do we have data of courses that our students are taking at other colleges?
Yes. When I pulled that same data, I looked at that. There wasn't any one particular course. They really were across the board. So I think it was either courses here were full and they couldn't get into them, or there was a scheduling conflict. But there wasn't like one highly sought-after course.
Okay, that's helpful. And a second question is, and this may be a little bit harder, but do we have like data as it relates to the demographics and what type of students that it is that we're serving and the ones that are gravitating to these types of courses more so than, I guess, others, if you will?
Yeah, so we do have data on demographics and success rates in DE courses. We didn't notice any large difference, so that's why we left out those graphs. That said, we are working with Oksana and institutional research about to get the data on poker badged courses in particular, as President Hope and Phoebe understand. Chafee had a great study, small study, but on the success rates of disproportionately impacted students in CVC badged courses. And so we would really like to mimic that study here and see if we can also reflect the increased success rates for disproportionately impacted students, because it was pretty staggering. the
14% increase of
Overall,
success
yeah.
overall for faculty, for students in classes where their faculty had done the poker certification and badged. The other thing I would say that's kind of changed is there used to be a perception that there are online students and there are in-person students. Not really seeing that anymore in our demographic. What we're seeing is students are doing both. Students are doing some of each. So we have to kind of figure out what's the right combination to be able to offer, because depending on what their demands are in their lives, you know, their behavior is changing. So.
Well, it sounds like you're on top of it, so keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Student Trustee Robles?
Yeah, so it's interesting to hear the comment on the hybrid classes kind of phasing out. I think that's interesting to hear. I have found it where there's times where the in-person meeting where I've had to attend as a student kind of just end up being lab space, or you work on your own anyways. So focusing on kind of doing that 50-50 split is interesting. One thing that was presented to me from the legislative director in our region, he was questioning if there could be more accessibility to training for students to understand how to use the technology so that they can actually start to be more involved in online classes. Do you have any information or comments on that?
So I actually have two. One is we are working on, we have an orientation to Canvas course that is self-paced for students. We're working on creating a badge so that students can finish that, take a quiz, and then earn a badge that says they're online ready. Excuse me, that's one thing that I think will help students to be more successful in their online classes. For accessibility, we have a marvelous DSPS office. And so that is embedded into all of our courses. They have to be accessible. That's a big part of the training. And so, but teaching the students how to interact with the courses and with their online components, if they need that accessibility, they're working with DSPS that is helping them. And they will flag for us if there's a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Robles. Trustee Gonzalez, any questions? No. Or concerns, or?
No, I really like the questions that have already been asked, but I agree with Trustee Perez that presentations are always just excellent. Like, you're doing such a great job that sometimes we don't even have any questions. It's like, oh, okay. Now we know. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Kinnaman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Donna, how are you? So, you know, I know that you've been driving this for a long time. And during the transition of COVID, it was remarkable how quickly the school was able to turn. So thank you for that. But in addition, that you're looking at blazing new frontiers on how we interact with our students, because we know our students communicate in different ways and different formats. So I appreciate both of you staying on the cutting edge and then providing us with this information. I think it'll be something very valuable for students that may not have the same ability to access or may feel more comfortable in another learning situation. And so thank you for all your leadership and the presentation. I look forward to seeing what you bring forward on the frontier. So.
Thank you, Trustee Kinman. And I want to say this is an excellent presentation, but I had one question. In 21-22, you said we had 200 faculty completed their initial certification. That has to be completed every 5 years, right? So does that mean in the fall of 2025, we're going to have 200 people getting recertified, or?
Well, as long as they're still here.
Okay.
And they can recertify sooner.
Okay.
They don't have to wait the full 5 years, so we
So
really
some of the
encourage that.
recertifications may already be people that did it the second time again.
Right.
Okay. Okay, that was concerning. I was like, oh no, we're gonna have this mad rush.
We're geared up.
We're ready.
We're ready, we know.
Open the doors, here comes a floodgate. Okay, that was an excellent report. I really, really like that. That one, that was very informative, really great. I want to thank both of you so much. And I know you're working really hard on this and keeping us current. And technology is one of those things, you get one day behind, you're actually like 2 years behind. I learned that with my dissertation on technology. So I really appreciate all the work you're doing to keep us current. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go into 16.03, Palm Springs Development Project Quarterly Update. This is the first out of 4. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. As you may recall, Chair Stefan asked for an update on the Palm Springs Development Project. Want to make sure that the board is well informed. We work very hard to make sure the community is informed. And so we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask questions and get up to date. Rob Rauscher from Moss is here to give the board an update. And he's online, I see already. So are you ready, Robert?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, trustees. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you again. I will keep it brief. We are in kind of the calm before the storm stage for the project. So I will give you a brief update on where we are in terms of current status. And then Chair Stefan asked me to give a brief kind of recap of the outcome of the schematic design process that wrapped up back in June of 2023. So I'll show you some of those images and then we'll take a look at the video that came out of that process as well. So this morning we voted to approve the 3 bid packages for increment 1. That's the events over there in Palm Springs. Thank you for that. Increments 2 and 3, consisting of the buildings, the actual building construction, and the street improvements around the perimeter of the site. Those were released for bidding, and we are currently in the bidding process for those portions of the work. Those bids are due October 8th. Meanwhile, DSA is reviewing those plans for increments 2 and 3, and we anticipate completion really in the spring of 2025. DSA has committed extra staff to expediting that process, and we're very grateful for them doing so. Increment 3 is also to be submitted to the city in some fashion. We've had a few conversations with them regarding exactly what that'll look like, but their focus is slightly different from DSA's, so we're actually tailoring some of the plans to respond directly to their concerns and areas of expertise. Meanwhile, we're continuing to study our options in terms of solar and photovoltaic electricity for the project. VP Garcia mentioned earlier today that that was a significant part of the project. We had been tracking something in the neighborhood of 60 to 65% generation of on-site electricity with our PV system. And the hope is that we'll be able to achieve that with a power purchase agreement. So now I'm going to turn to the images that I spoke about, and I'm going to try to go pretty quickly, but let me know if I need to stop and go back for something. This view has us looking obviously towards the west with the mountains in the background and our beautiful new campus in the foreground. That street in front of us is Farrell Drive, and the main entry of the campus is there right along the center line. Over in the right-hand corner, we see the curved wall of the event center at Tockwitz and Farrell. And then further over on the opposite corner, to the left side, that's the south end of the property. And that's the area where we have the largest instructional building, used to be called the Accelerator. Now we're really calling it the Learning Hub. And then in the background, there's a smaller building. That's our central utility plant and maintenance hub. The opposite view then, looking towards the east, now has the Learning Hub complex on the right. And you begin to see some of the structural trees that we'll see another view of in just a moment. And then the event center is way over on the left. Now we're standing with our backs to Palm Springs High School, looking north. So this is the south end of the Learning Hub building. You can clearly see the structural trees now, that signature part of the architectural design, and that glass volume in front of us is the Learning Lab. That's our primary technological hub and computer lab for the campus. And in the foreground, that kind of area is our transportation hub, where we've partnered with Sunline to provide a bus stop convenient for entry into the project. Now we swing a little bit to the west, still looking at the technology heart of the campus, the Learning Lab, and you see again the structural trees, some of the landscaping, and just kind of a sense for the graciousness of that entry into the campus. You also see this screen, this perforated screen on the glazing. That's the west-facing wall of the Learning Lab, and we've gone to some considerable special effort to shade that glass so that we can have a beautiful and light and transparent space without being compromised by excessive sun and heat. Now we're swinging back to the other side, back to Farrell Drive. We're looking towards the west again, so this would be the east side of the building, and we see that there's a secondary entry to enter that building for students and folks coming from Farrell. But then as we move just a little bit further north on Farrell Drive, we encounter the main entry for the campus with our monument sign for College of the Desert in Palm Springs. And we see our structural trees, and then we have more of those glass volumes, reminding everyone that one of the critical architectural goals for the project is to reveal education everywhere, to really make it visible, and so transparency is a critical element for the architecture. Now we've come inside the campus on that main driveway, and we're looking back towards the east. Right ahead of us, we see another glass volume with that signature screening. We call it the palm bark screen. That is a multi-purpose room, can be used for a variety of events. And then this kind of curved and striated volume a little bit to the right is the outside shell of the film screening theater. Now we're fully inside the campus. We've parked our car, and we're walking on the main walkway into the entrance of the Learning Hub. We see that there's kind of a gateway moment here as we enter, but there's also some gracious outdoors plaza space so that we can have opportunities for indoor and outdoor learning, and also just socializing and gathering for students, which based on what we've seen out at the new Indio campus so far is really popular with students. On the right, of course, just keeping us oriented, that is the learning lab. I'll go to the next view, which is the same area, but from a slightly different angle. Now, as we look straight ahead, we're looking down the length of the learning lab through that glass volume, and on the left, sorry, we see the white archway and entry for the building, and a walkway up above where students are circulating to and from their classes. Now we're upstairs at that walkway that I just pointed out. We're looking down as we head towards dusk at that entry plaza area. And as we can see, there are a lot of opportunities just for informal gathering and small groups and instruction. One of the things that's not in these renderings, because they date back to the schematic design completion, is some water features that we've incorporated in the design. So we'll look forward to seeing how that develops as we move forward. Further along on that upstairs walkway, but still in the Learning Lab building, we have, the Learning Hub building, we have an outdoor amphitheater upstairs. This is an informal presentation space that can accommodate a number of students, and we hope to see, during the winter months, especially when we have just the best climate in the world, we expect to see outdoor classes being booked in this space. Now we've gone to a completely different section of the property. We are far to the north of where we were just a moment ago, and we're looking back to the south. At our back is the event center, and in front of us is the Culinary Institute. And that plaza in the middle ground there is the outdoor dining area for the student kitchen. On our left are the hospitality spaces, including breakout rooms for the event center. And this really is going to be a secondary hub for gathering and informal instruction, but also it is really the entryway to the event center itself. And then we flip the view around 180 degrees. To our left, there's the event center, and the main entry doors of the event center are part of this glass area that you see. On the right are the breakout rooms and the hospitality area as well. And then, of course, with the restaurant kind of to our right off camera, you've got outdoor dining space as well. Here we go. And then just a brief view of the central utility plant and some colorful banners that we would have in the glass walls, making the more environmentally critical and sustainable features of our campus in terms of processing water and electricity and such visible for the purpose of helping to educate our student body on good sustainability practices.
Can I ask
This is just a close-up of that palm bark screen that I mentioned before.
Robert, excuse me.
And just an opportunity for us to see that kind of subtle sculptural quality of it that really seems to fit in well with the spirit of desert modernism, which is really a strong inspiring factor for this campus. Now we're going to look at the interiors of the project, just a handful of special spaces. And we generally have a warm color palette for the interiors of the project.
Sorry, Robert.
Here we are looking finally at the inside. Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me? Trustee Stefan has a question.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, if you could go back to the central utility plant, the beautiful picture of it.
Yes.
Is there anything around there, like an office or something, so somebody's out there supervising that during the day? I would hate to have somebody vandalize or do anything to it, when no one's around it, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. The public safety office is part of this building.
Okay.
So we expect them to have a pretty good presence there. But also everything you're seeing is inside of the building. So anyone walking by on the outside wouldn't be touching something sensitive.
Well, I just didn't want them doing something that could be detrimental to the building or to the students that are attending the campus, like messing up the air conditioner or something on a hot day or anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But if the Public Safety Academy or the Public Safety Office Department is right there, So then that would answer that question. Somebody's around.
Yep,
Okay,
very much so.
thank you. I'm sorry.
No, great question. Thank you. All right, so back we come to the Learning Lab. This is a double height space. Once again, we're seeing the elements come together of our structural trees, and the palm bark screen is on the glazing on the west side of this room. So really a gracious space all through 24 hours a day. We know that night classes are going to be really important here, as they already are at the temporary campus. So we've planned for both daytime and nighttime experiences. We have science labs on the upper floor, and we have our computer testing centers here on the lower floor in the background. Now we come back to the main entrance of the building and the social stair, which is a larger cousin of what we've installed, and you all got to recently see at the Indio expansion. That's proved to be a wildly popular feature with our students so far, and so we're excited to give them another opportunity to gather and to collaborate inside the building in comfort. And then we've talked a lot about flexible classrooms in this building and how certain spaces are designated for general use and can be reconfigured for a variety of purposes. This is just an example of one of those flexible classrooms. The two walls that you see on the right and the left actually telescope up into the ceiling and out into the wall and join together with three others just like it to form a quadplex. Of course, you can't have students at your campus if you don't feed them. So we have a small grab-and-go cafe in the Learning Lab, forgive me, in the Learning Hub. And this, of course, is complementary to the more robust student restaurant over in the Culinary Institute. Of course, we know digital media and film are key parts of the program offerings here at the Palm Springs campus, so we need to definitely have a look at our film theater from the inside. This will be a true fully state-of-the-art theater. We're very excited to see what kind of work students come up with to screen here. And then a similar space, but with a slightly different purpose. This is the multi-purpose room I mentioned before. We saw it from an outside view. Obviously, this is a little bit more of a transparent space with some glazing on the west and north, telescopic seating that can be pushed all the way to the back wall to leave a nice big empty flat floor for a variety of events and educational opportunities. And then a space that we're particularly excited about, the demonstration theater for the Culinary Institute. We know that if there's one thing we like more than eating food, it seems to be watching people make it and eat it without us. So noting that that is a key educational opportunity for this generation, we wanted to make sure that we accommodated it with a fully functional demonstration kitchen. And then, last but certainly not least, just a quick glimpse of the foyer of the event center. This, the event center is equipped with 4 flexible rooms that can be reconfigured and joined to each other, totaling about 4,000 square feet. And as you would expect from a relatively small scale event center, you know, this isn't a massive convention center by any means, but this will be really a new feature for the college, a new asset. And we wanted to make sure the lobby and foyer area for it was very gracious. So at this point, that concludes the presentation. And I just want to kind of leave it here because it's a pretty picture and ask if there are any questions to be asked, and then we'll watch that video if there are no other questions.
Let me ask each trustee if they have questions or anything they want to say. I'll start with my student trustee this time.
In beautiful presentation, those graphics are wonderful. Seeing one of the images where there's a cycling path, does that go across like along the whole campus, or is that centered towards kind of following the driving pathway?
It definitely adjoins the driving pathway, but it goes across the entire campus. It's one of the main north to south routes to be able to get to all the different buildings and portions of the campus easily. And it does go around the entire perimeter of the site as well. So walkability and bikeability are key here.
Nice. Yeah, I could see a lot of students just between classes or something going on a stroll, the garden space and all that looks beautiful.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Robles. Trustee Gonzalez? Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes, Robert, has there been any modifications or changes to the project since it's left the project management team?
The only significant one would be the science labs that we spoke a little bit about last month. We developed a much deeper level of detail for those in recent months so that they will be hopefully well suited to instruction. Otherwise, the program remains the same as it was from June of 23 last year. And the only thing, just to kind of take your question to the next step, that we would see potentially changing in the near future would be if we discover we have the opportunity to be more robust with our solar panels and our energy generation capabilities. Of course, in the spirit of good stewardship, we would pursue that.
And so the accelerator space and broadband and those things are still intact?
Yes, and we've been working with COD IT to get on board with Scenic, who is the provider for the IT services and data services here at this campus.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Kinnaman, if I can amplify too, one other part of the question. The only other thing that I could see that we would anticipate is if DSA came back with changes that we were required to make, because when we sent the package and that was considered complete, now we're in a situation where we're just waiting to see if they require anything of us.
Okay.
Not making any other changes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, Trustee Perez, questions or anything?
No questions. Just Robert, as always, thank you for your presentation. Really enjoy you coming out every couple months and providing an update. That way the public sees that we're still going through with this project despite all the rhetoric that you hear out there that we may not be going through it. Thank you again. Thank you, President Hope, for reiterating the fact that you said last month that the only changes are going to come from DSA at this point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Oden, anything?
Yes. If we could just get a little more information about the upgrade on those science labs.
Yeah, so Robert, really took the lead on the science labs. I think the discovery that when we wanted to put a healthcare program in the site precipitated the need to incorporate science labs, even though they were not in the original design.
Right, that they would be on every campus.
Yes, that we would have a healthcare pathway on every campus. So Robert, can you provide some more detail on that?
Sure. Timing is an interesting issue here because perhaps unknown to this board, we went through a significant effort on the Indio project, even when it was already in construction, and made some modifications in terms of how the science labs in Indio were going to be furnished and equipped. We're still catching up to some of those changes, to be really candid about it. But that gave us a much deeper base of knowledge to apply here at Palm Springs. We had originally thought that the spaces would be much more flexible. And what we were able to determine working directly with faculty was that they really needed to be much more customized or bespoke. And so we were able to go through an exercise with them that took about 6 additional weeks to determine really down to nuts and bolts what they would need in order to conduct their classes primarily in biology and chemistry. And we believe we've captured that in a much higher degree of detail now and incorporated that data into the plans so that DSA will be able to approve it rather than trying to capture it on the back side, as was a little more the case in Indio. Does that help?
It helps a great deal. So we're thankful that we just completed that project there at Indio, and we have so much current knowledge about what is needed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I have a question. Could you explain again about the flexible classroom and all those walls open?
Absolutely. See if I can quickly get back there just for the visual aid. So we see our instructor here on the right side of the screen with a whiteboard, and that whiteboard is part of one of those moving walls. So imagine 3 other rooms kind of sharing these walls, the one on the right, and then the one on the left that also has figures and markings on it. Imagine them just moving completely out of the way, folding up into pockets, and then having a space that's 4 times as big as this for much larger class sizes. There is adequate storage located around this room so that furniture can be stacked up and put into storage as we change the configuration of the space. And then this area of the building has a floor cavity that's nearly a foot deep so that we can reconfigure power and data for longer term changes in that floor space underneath. So this will allow things to be done that are relatively straightforward on a daily basis, just moving furniture around and allowing different configurations for different class sizes. But also on a longer term basis, this would allow us to reconfigure the space more profoundly for, say, an entire semester or a year's worth of a given class.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, this was really, really valuable. This is what I was hoping we'd get to see, and I know you've got something else for us that I'm excited to see too.
We do. We've got that video. If we can have our friends play that for us. There it is. We start off up high, looking at the campus from the east, looking towards Farrell, as we started off with the still images. Then we come over to the transportation hub, and we see the activity, the bus coming up to pick up or drop off students. We move further north towards that entry, and here we are at the entry to the building, coming in from the parking lot. We get to see just a glimpse as we go up the stairs of the activity happening there, and kind of that being the social heart of the campus right there. Now we come outside and we're on the west side of the campus. There's our film screening shell on the right. And as we move further north past the Culinary Institute, we see the event center and that lobby. We go inside the lobby for the event center, and then we're going to come back out to the event lawn, which will also be wired up with technology so that we've got the ability to do classes and events outside and inside at our event center. And then we go to the nighttime. We know that nighttime courses are very important here, as I said before. So here we are dramatically entering that main drive from Farrell, and then coming back, swinging around with our little virtual drone to take a look at the entire campus overall and see how it's lit up at night. Great deal of attention has gone into the lighting design here. We think it's going to be beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Anybody have anything else they want to say? Yes. Student trustee.
With so much event space and area for like demonstrations, I mean, it's obviously going to be student oriented and for the college, but as an outside business, are they capable of using this space? Is that an idea that is being talked about, or what would be other uses for these areas?
Thank you for throwing that one low and slow right over the plate. I appreciate it. Trustee Robles, it's one of the core concepts of this campus to create a higher degree of integration between the college activities and those of our industry partners, neighbors, the surrounding community. And we think that that degree of integration and collaboration is, over the long run, really going to strengthen COD's relationship with the people that have supported the college for all these years.
Yeah, that's
We've got, yeah, go ahead.
That's wonderful. Oh, that's awesome.
Trustee Oden? Nope.
Wow.
Anybody else? No? Okay. If none, thank you so much for that beautiful presentation.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Robert.
And
All right, have a great afternoon.
thank you. And I just want to know, have we presented that to Palm Springs?
We have.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping that was a yes on that one.
I'm giving an additional presentation to them later this month.
Okay. Thank you so much. Again, we're going to go back to the agenda, and we are now up to 17 public comments. 17.01, requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. Irene, have any public comments been received?
Checking our email inbox, looking out here, so it looks like we have not received any public comments. Trustee Stefan.
Thank you. And future agenda items. This is 18.01, future agenda items. Student Trustee Robles, is there anything you'd like to see on a future agenda?
Not at this time.
Thank you. And Trustee Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Oden?
Not at this time, thank you.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Not at this time, thank you.
And Trustee Gonzalez?
No, I think I might still have one or two in the queue, so, yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm not going to add anything, but I would like to make a few announcements about upcoming events, some that I hope everyone will be excited to hear. We've already reported out from last month's closed session, what went through. So these are some upcoming events. Accreditation focused site visit. The dates are September 26th through 27. Individual trustees have been contacted and or confirmed for their one-on-one with the commission. If you have any questions regarding your scheduled time, please feel free to reach out to Irene Morales. And then Indio State of the City. There is a flyer, I believe, in your email. Is that correct? Everybody's received that? And location is Riverside County Fairgrounds off of Arabia Street in Indio on Tuesday, October 1st from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then the Palm Desert City Council presentation, details to be determined. Tentative date time is for Thursday, October 10th between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Red Runner Motors groundbreaking date is October 16th at 8:30 a.m. And then Palm Springs groundbreaking is November 14th, and that is at 3 in the afternoon. You should have an email to this effect, because I asked her to print it out when she said she already sent these to me. Is that correct?
Yes, and then I plan to inform you about the next events coming up for the next month. So I figured we just kind of worried about the ones in the next 30
I just added the Palm
days.
Springs one because it wasn't there. But I'm one that likes to have it like this right on my bulletin board. So that's great. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Huh? Oh, no, we're gonna have our shovels in the ground, right?
We'll have dirty shovels to prove that we are.
Yeah, yeah. We're all gonna get our feet muddy that day, right? Watch it rain. No.
President Stefan, can I add one
Yes,
small thing?
uh-huh.
I just want to thank Irene Morales. She supported the board meeting today entirely by herself, now that Armando has transitioned. And she did a terrific job. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you. And she did a great job of getting this for me at the last minute, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam
So-
Chair,
Yes.
if I could just make one comment. You know, we are in campaign season, and I was asked a question on one of these interview endorsement things, and it was regarding, are you prepared? I think the question was, are you prepared to select the next president of College of the Desert? And I wrote yes. And part of the reason I wrote yes because I was really hoping to see at least 5 years of stability for College of the Desert with an administrator and all the vice presidents there to really take us in the right direction. I can't express how disappointed and sad I am that you are not applying for this position. Really disappointed. Just needed to see it.
I echo my colleagues' comments as well, but I think I understand the catalyst and know the reason for your decision, so.
Likewise, President Hope, I don't think anybody's ever seen me this serious, but it is heartbreaking because, like Trustee Perez mentioned, we know why. And it's unfortunate because you bring a lot of value and you definitely would have been an excellent candidate. So I'm sad, but I understand. You have to do what's best for your health and mental health, and I understand that. It's important. I appreciate you, 100%. You've done a lot in those 14 months. You've really taken this college to another level, and I just, I ask Creator that He bless us with someone as amazing as you. And you know I mean it, because you know if I don't mean it, I don't say it.
Okay, before we have any tearjerkers, this meeting is adjourned at, is it 2:50, is it 3?
It's 2:51 p.m., Trustee Stefan.
2:51 p.m.
Yes.
Recording stopped.